somebody that's wearing a blue shirt or a blue hat, you have no excuse. That's your excuse? Oh, we're trolling the Democrats. Wow, we'll shit on democracy. We'll shit on the 250-year history of this country to troll the fucking Democrats. It's crazy.
And of course, their heads exploded on social media. He's going to try to stay in power for longer. By the way, you're an idiot. No, he's not. He's trying to become a king. Again, this is trolling you guys that are insane. He's not a king. We don't have a king in America. We don't need a Roger Federer or a Rory McIlroy for Rolex, okay? Like, we're the United States of America. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's how it works here, but we don't have kings here. So I agree. We got no kings in America. Democrats should be happy.
Well, Mike Nellis, were you happy with Democrats in Congress roaring on the king of my country?
Yeah, I think it was fine. I mean, I agree with something that Ben said, which is that the PR team that wrote that speech did a really good job. And maybe when Ben and Clay are looking for talking points to attack Democrats, they should hire that PR team instead of the one that's telling them to make the same joke about No King's Day, because I don't think that's going to get anywhere with the American people.
That's a great joke. That is a really great joke.
It's a great joke.
No, it was a great joke.
There's a reason why you guys
when I heard
it. Over it.
No. It was a great joke when I heard it the first time yesterday, and it wasn't a great joke 1,000 times later because it's the only thing that you guys have right now. So it's just sort of silly to me that you guys are going to repeat it over and over again. But look, somebody said it earlier that
said it in the House. Seems like
I have no problem with them respecting the king coming. When we say no kings, we mean for America only. What you doing over there, I really don't give a fuck. That's me personally. Now, we can talk about, well, what about the regime change? And what about all of this, Plug? What about spreading democracy across the world? I get it. I get y'all point. Point well taken. But for me, my personal opinion, I don't see anything wrong with them showing the king respect, either side. Trump came out, he had them dress up like revolutionary soldiers. I don't have a problem with them showing the king respect. But I honestly, I think it's the money that they're respecting. The reason, it was kind of a subtle disrespect, and then they overcompensated it for it. Because remember, they flew the Australian flag. King Charles was supposed to come, they put the Australian flag up, which is really disrespectful, and now I believe they're trying to overcompensate for it by having them dress up as like the Royal Guard and all that.
Like kind of significant.
I have to say, Mike.
I didn't interrupt these guys. Can I get a chance to make my point?
But I would just say, Mike, on that point, if the purpose, as Ben Ferguson said, was to troll the libs, you are sounding deeply trolled.
No, I'm not. I'm not deeply trolled. I mean, I think the point that I was. No, I think the point that I was going to make, though, is somebody said earlier that Donald Trump was loving this whole thing over the last couple of days, which of course he is. Like, he loves it because he's at the center of the attention. He gets the idea of hosting the King of England, which makes him feel important. But nothing that's happened in Washington in the last couple of days has anything to do with the average American. And people are struggling right now, so they watch a lavish ball. Donald Trump's talking.
Chad, we need 26 likes, man. We got 7 minutes to get 26 likes. Everyone double tap the screen, shut a live out, Chad. How do y'all feel about King Charles? Is he an influential figure or not, Chad? Influential figure or not? How do y'all feel about King Charles, man? We got to get these 24 likes before the next 7 minutes, though, Chad. Double tap that screen for me.
Talking about building his ballroom now with taxpayer dollars, thanks to Republican members of Congress. I think people are frustrated when they see this stuff. So I thought King Charles did a great job. I thought it was great to have a real diplomat here give a good speech that actually made a little bit of sense and articulated the values I think the vast majority of Americans have. But I'd like to see this country get back to the actual work of improving this economy. And that's what I care about more than anything else.
Clay, let's just switch gears slightly to this huge event, which has already, the news agenda's moved on, which indicates just how crazy the news agenda is these days. But the White House Correspondents' Dinner with this appalling latest assassination attempt, which could have been an absolute disaster and massacre. You have been criticised and praised, I have to say, probably in equal measure, for posting on X after leaving the dinner, after the shooting, leaving the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and look at the signs these left-wing CUNTs are holding up outside. And the image showed protesters holding signs saying, "Death to tyrants." Now, given all the debate about rhetoric and the rest of it, obviously you fired that off when you were genuinely angry, and I don't blame you. I think people are holding out signs saying "Death to tyrants" when someone's literally trying to kill half of the cabinet, as appeared to be the mission there, is, extremely triggering, I would think, for a lot of people that were guests there and were fearing for what may be happening. Do you have any regrets about what you posted, or do you double down on that?
Mud Butters, what
I
up?
would quadruple
Darkin,
down
what
on
up?
it. One of those signs said death to all of them, in addition to death to tyrants. No, I mean,
AR, what up? Everybody welcome in. Everybody hit the like button on your way in. We're 22 likes away from 100. Let's hit 100 likes. We got 5 minutes to get to 100 likes. What's up, AR, Darkin and Butters? I hope y'all having a good day.
if you look on the right side there, death to all of them. That's what I said. That's what I saw immediately when I came out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I think, unfortunately, those two protesters are emblematic of the motivations that this 31-year-old, highly educated, two-family household, two-parent household, Democrat put in place to justify trying to kill President Trump. He accepted the rhetoric of these guys as justification. He thought that he was a hero. And look, Piers, we're talking about the history of the United States and Great Britain. I'm reading.
I don't know. There's something to this guy, this shooter. They're saying that he didn't let off shots in the building, but there's something to this guy, man. You can just look at him and tell that he wasn't right. I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually groomed for this. Like, that's what I want to see, if the investigation breeds out that, like, he was actually groomed for this position. You know how, like, ISIS used to groom people to do wild shit? I wonder if this guy was groomed. They're just saying he's been radicalized, but I actually wonder, like, if he was chosen to carry this out by a certain group of people.
Rick Atkinson's seminal trilogy right now about World War II and the partnership between United States, Britain, and other democracies to defeat Adolf Hitler. Before Trump, we used to sometimes sit around, have a few drinks, and you would say, hey, if you could go back in time, would you kill baby Hitler, right?
Because this is the thing, chat. Have y'all noticed that this has been like one of the first incidents where nobody's talked about gun control? Nobody's talking. It went straight to the ballroom. It went straight to FISA, and the mass surveillance. Nobody talked about gun control. Every other shooting incident, every other attempt like this, gun control dominates the conversation. Nobody spoke about gun control in this situation.
I mean, that was a real debate that people would have. And you would answer the question one way or the other. For 10 years, Democrats have been saying that Trump is Hitler, that he's an authoritarian, fascist dictator. And that might just be a rhetorical argument for some people. But this guy, I mean, he's kind of an interesting test case. He went on Twitter from mostly posting about playing video games and obviously being a bit of a science nerd to being willing to die.
Chad, I need everyone to hit the like button. We're 2 minutes away from 1 hour. We need 19 likes, Chad. We've been doing good. Please don't disappoint me tonight. Everyone, double tap the screen. Go to the top, hit the 3 dots. We got to get to 100 likes right now.
Trying to kill as many people from the Republican Party as possible. And let me say this, Piers. I was there too, so I understand his motivation. It didn't surprise me. Supreme Court, the Secret Service performance was indefensibly bad. And so I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. On video, a guy with a gun comes running full speed right by the guys who were supposed to be stopping him. According to the indictment, 5 shots were fired by the Secret Service. They didn't hit the guy. They made
5 shots and nobody get hit but another Secret Service agent. 5 shots. This nigga just ran through here with a shotgun, a 38 revolver, and some damn knives. 5 shots rang off and he ain't fucking dead. Man, come on, Chad. Give me a break. Give me a break, bro. Give me a break, bro. 5 shots go off in here and ain't nobody's dead. They took this nigga without, might as well say without incident. Face down, shirt off. Zoomed in on the camera photo. 5 shots rang off and this nigga made it out. Secret Service, who is trained to shoot to kill. Secret Service, trained to shoot to kill. 5 shots, bro. 5 shots. Man, I'm going to tell you like this, chat. If I'm that close to somebody and I get 5 shots and motherfuckers is still moving. I don't know what's wrong. I must be drunk. I have to be drunk. That close, 5 shots, man, I gotta be drunk. Or fucking high out of my mind. 5 shots, Chad. 5 of them. 5 of them. Starch Manning comes through supporting the channel, said, imagine this lack of security protocol. If it was a Democrat administration, Fox would be going crazy. Exactly, Starch. That's what I'm saying. 5 shots, Starch. 5 of them. I don't know how familiar y'all are with guns and shit like this, but these guys, I would assume, are highly skilled, highly trained. 5 shots, man. This nigga's going to jail instead of the damn morgue. This nigga's going to jail and not the morgue. Man, they supposed to be deciding whether it's going to be a cremation or a damn open casket. 5 shots.
They have hit another Secret Service agent. We're not even exactly sure who did. And the guy might have gotten all the way down to the ballroom. We don't know if he hadn't tripped and fell. I mean, in the wake of Butler, in the wake of West Palm Beach, and now we got Washington, D.C., someone else for sure in the next 2.5 years is going to.
I'm just saying, if it's real, chat, everyone hit the like button. If this is real, motherfuckers ain't got no aim. Somebody, hey, listen, chat, motherfuckers need to go to the shooting range. They need to be out there with some damn target ammo, getting some practice in, because them guns been collecting dust. 5 shots, man, and ain't nobody draw. Man, the Secret Service friendly fire, man, they ass need to go to the gun range, man. They ass need to go get some reps in, man. Dust them damn dirty ass Glocks off. They need to get the dust off them dirty ass Glocks, man.
Try and kill President Trump. And I actually think the biggest story coming out of this is our Secret Service is completely incompetent at being able to protect the president. I'm glad this wasn't some sort of trained assassin cabal, because he would be dead. Trump would. And Pierce, I said this yesterday on my radio show. President Trump is alive today in spite of the Secret Service, not because of the Secret Service. And that is troubling going forward, no matter who the president is or who people in high positions of power are. And I say that as someone who saw the chaos that unspooled there on Saturday night.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think it is being said this, because if you think about it, the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting, where he actually got hit and somebody got killed, the first place.
Chat, we're 7 likes away from 100. I need everyone to hit the like button right now, man. Y'all doing me dirty, chat. Y'all doing me dirty. You done came in the club, you done came in the house, took your shoes off, sat on the couch, looked around and shit, and ain't hit a like button. You didn't say what's up. You didn't speak to me or my chat. I don't know what's going on. Who raised y'all? Who raised y'all?
Surely the Secret Service would check. Nobody was hiding.
Yes.
Would be a rooftop 125 yards away from the stage, right? And then the golf course one, which I still find I scratch my head about. This is somebody who was hid in a bush at a spot on Trump's own golf course where he regularly played, where the media would go to that very spot because it gave them, ironically, the cleanest shot of the president playing golf. And if it hadn't been for one Secret Service.
What's up, Tiffany and Matthew Steven? You can double tap your screen. If anybody's watching on the phone, you double tap the screen, or you can go to the top and check out the 3 dots. Thank you to everybody who's coming in here. If you're a first timer, put first timer in the chat, and my mods will make sure that you feel welcome, man. Welcome to Plug Nation, man.
This agent who spotted the barrel of this rifle coming out of the bush, Trump would probably have been killed that day. And now, third time, you have this
they
guy.
Fired at him then, missed him. The only reason we caught him was because a woman in the parking lot wrote down his license plate number. That guy got in the car, drove away, and was like 50 miles away.
We're not downplaying the sitting president getting shot at 3 times. We're not downplaying that. First of all, the FBI was blocking the investigation into Thomas Crooks. So we didn't downplay it. The administration downplayed it. We wanted to know about Thomas Crooks. We wanted to know everything from the moment that he was old enough to think on his own. We wanted to know about Thomas Crooks. The administration downplayed Thomas Crooks. Trump didn't even talk about Thomas Crooks anymore. He talked about NNA wars, but he never talked about getting shot in the fucking head. He never talked about it. He would get up there and do 3-4 hour speeches and just never talk about getting shot in the head. Oh, my bad, B1.
I'm surprised. It's infuriating to me nobody's talking about this.
I agree. The point, to finish my point, is just that, okay, you got the rooftop would be the first place you'd check.
Jerry says, you're a loser, and you're sitting here watching me. So what does that make you, Jerry? What does that make you, Jerry? I'm going to ask you to unhand my shit, Jerry. It seems to me like you might be a little too frisky in here, Jerry.
Okay. That part of his golf course would be the second place you'd check, but they didn't. And here you've got a guy who's checked himself into the hotel on the Friday, armed to the teeth. And you're like, how is that even possible?
This is bureaucracy.
Let me give you an example. I wish I had said this before. I go to the Atlanta Braves baseball team, Major League Baseball. My kids are Monster fans. I'm a fan. There is a hotel with room.
Chat, I seen the other day, you could have bought tickets to the Mets versus the Nationals baseball game for cheaper than a Crunchwrap Supreme. A Crunchwrap Supreme costs more than tickets to a damn Major League Baseball game. That's crazy.
Rooms that overlook the stadium. The Atlanta Braves security comes and checks the rooms to make sure you don't have guns in those rooms before every Atlanta Brave baseball game. How the hell do the Atlanta Braves have better security than the President of the United States? They didn't go around to the hotel rooms and check and see, hey, let me make sure that there's no one with guns or, God forbid, bombs staying in this hotel. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
You said the Mets and Nationals are cheap. Man, listen, I don't give a damn if it was a Little League game, man. Then we talking about going to watch a professional baseball team play for cheaper than a Crunchwrap Supreme. I don't care if they ass or not. Them being ass isn't the problem. A Crunchwrap Supreme being damn near $7 is the problem. That's the damn problem, chat. I'm going to tell you, chat. Where the hell did I go? Wendy's. I went to Wendy's, chat. You can't get a fucking meal unless you're getting the biggie bags and shit. A grown folks meal, chat. You're not getting a grown folks meal anywhere under $10, chat. And this is fast food. Grown folks meal at fast food is like $15 to $17. You used to be able to go sit down and eat at a restaurant for $17, $18. 2 for $25 and shit, man. Like, what are we talking about?
Piers, let me say one thing about this that I think is really shocking, and I hope there's bipartisanship on this. This is the problem with government work and bureaucracy. The Secret Service should be the best of the best. There has been far too much DEI in there. It puts Democrats at risk when they're at leadership.
Come on.
No, I'm gonna. You can argue
a noun, a verb, and DEI. It's all you got, Ben.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying.
There should be no female Secret Service agents. They should not exist. We should have the baddest ass special force badasses on the planet.
You should have the best of the best, and there is data that backs up what I'm saying. That we had far too much DEI in hiring, not only at this
chat. I went to a place today, or not today. It was a couple days ago, and for a 6-piece wing with one side was $15, bro. 6-piece, and these not even whole wings, Chad. These are the drum or the flat. 6-piece, one side, $15, bro. I thought chicken used to be the cheap shit, Chad. The chicken used to be the cheap shit. I don't know, bro. That shit's kind of crazy.
The Secret Service, but also at the FBI. And we had people that should never have been in positions of power there. Now, I say this as someone that there's Secret Service that's still protecting every living president, including Democrats. It is far too easy to get close to a Democrat and or a Republican, former president, current president, their family members. And there needs to be a massive overhaul. I don't want anyone, Barack Obama.
Mastro said you have to play to watch your kids play sports. Why the F do you have to buy your own uniforms then? Yes, it's all monetized. You got to think that this is the thing too, Mastro, is that sports at a young age have become so competitive that they have to pay for the officiating. They have to play at certain places to where it can hold all of the teams for the tournament. So when they're charging $7 to get into the game, yes, that sounds crazy, but how competitive these sports are, like they don't want somebody's uncle out there umpiring anymore. No, these parents not going for that shit. They want you to get paid for official officiating, like someone that's passed the test on the board and shit. They don't want to play at the regular field. They want to go play at the college stadiums and shit, rent them out. So this shit is high level now.
Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, the list goes on, to have this be this easy to go after a president of the United States of America. And part of this is clearly a massive failure. And it's because of bureaucracy. You should have the best of the best. They should be SEAL Team 6 should be immediately the first that you think of to come in here. You're dealing with terrorists around the world, and you're dealing with these types of individuals. And what you have is a bureaucratic agency that should look nothing like a bureaucratic agency. So I hope that Democrats and Republicans will stay together. This has got to be changed because this is far too many shots being taken at the current president. And by the way, there will be a Democratic president. I want them to have the baddest ass people around them, no matter
who in here on the fake big niche profile. Who in here on the fake big niche profile? That's crazy, big niche. You got a doppelganger in here. Somebody on the fake big niche profile is crazy.
Kamala Harris in there. I want them to be safe as they can possibly be everywhere they go, including their staff, including their cabinet members, including the vice president. I don't care about politics. They need to be safe, and clearly right now there's a massive lapse.
Can I jump in here for a second? Because
Okay. Mike Nethers first, then check. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree that the Secret Service should be the best of the best, and I think we should wait to find out what actually happened instead of making assumptions based on the limited information that we have right now about what happened Saturday night.
You got a video of the dude running past. Are you saying
that
was good security?
Congratulations. You can look at a video, Ben, but Donald Trump and the rest of the administration are saying the Secret Service did their job, so why don't we let there be an investigation? Before you guys do what you always do, you blame it on DEI. When the plane crashed just a few weeks after Donald Trump was inaugurated, I was in D.C. that day, they blamed it on DEI too, so it's just ridiculous. Like, let's figure out what actually happened and then make a determination.
And they fired 5 times Mike and missed him. And may have been another Secret Service agent. And may have only captured him because he tripped.
Why don't you just wait and let the people whose job it is to figure out what happened actually figure it out instead of just making an assumption and going back to the bullshit talking points? Like, it's ridiculous. Let law enforcement do their job and let them make their improvements.
It's not a bullshit talking point. Us wanting to protect Democratic president is not a bullshit talking point.
The problem is you guys want to make assumptions about everything. Like, it's just lazy.
So what grade would you give?
You said no one made the world hate America but your president, Donald Duck Trump. Man, y'all been hating America. Let's cut the shit. Let's cut the shit. Now Trump amplified it. We're not gonna bullshit. Yes, Trump amplified it, but let's cut the shit. Y'all been not liking America, man. Just say the shit, bro.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Wait. Let me ask you this. What grade would you give the Secret Service over the last?
Chat, everyone hit the like button.
Last 2 years, would you give them an A or a B?
No,
or
I wouldn't.
C?
I wouldn't give them. No. I wouldn't give them an A. I'm not saying the Secret Service is doing a good job, but I don't know what I would give them. I don't have access to the information. You guys are the ones that are just making.
A guy on a roof,
give him an F, like whatever.
The president, and no one watching that roof. You can't grade that as an F.
I agree.
This is why I say it's DEI. You guys are obsessed with.
No, you see, you're blaming it on DEI. You don't have anything to back that up. It's just lazy. You guys have the same 3.
That's what I'm saying. Kind of like what he's saying right here. That's the word. Even before Trump, y'all would call Americans lazy. Y'all would call Americans stupid. Y'all would call America all this and that, bro. Like, let's not act like this is just some new shit, bro. Y'all been saying we've been bullying the world. Let's cut the shit. Cut it out. Cut it out, man. Cut it out. Chat, hit the like button. Cut it out, man. I can't go and just let y'all say that, man. Like, come on, man. Cut it out.
Talking points. Like, it's just so unbelievably lazy. Get some new material.
How would you fix it then? What would you call it? Educate me. Tell me why, what you would do to explain it. What happened in Butler? What happened the other night? What happened where the people go to take pictures, the same damn place that take pictures of the president playing golf? Teach me. Tell me in the liberal world
listen,
how
Ben,
you would fix it then.
No, Ben, clearly there were breakdowns in security, and they should be fixed by people who know what the hell they're talking about, not 4 political commentators on Piers Morgan's YouTube show. That's the point that I'm making. You come on here with a cheap political talking point to blame it on DEI when you don't know anything that's going on. You don't know anything about security. Clay doesn't know anything about security. Neither do I. Stop making assumptions. I saw Butler.
All the women on stage.
It's not
To be honest, okay, guys, don't all talk at once. Don't all talk at once.
Should be in charge of.
I mean, you want SEAL Team 6 to go do that. SEAL Team, that isn't SEAL Team 6's job. SEAL Team 6's job is to go out there and kill bad guys. That's what they're trained to do. Their job is not to protect the president of the United States.
Super badasses. Why would you
this
not
is just
want...
See, this is the thing. When it comes to it, Vaughn, you have the hate for America, and then you have the disdain for Americans. And those are completely different things. But when I'm saying cut it out, I'm talking about both of them. I'm saying as a nation state, people by far and large across the world have not liked America. And out of that bred disdain for Americans. Americans have ruled, I would say, culture globally. When it comes to global culture, Americans have ruled global culture. Now, you got different pockets that do their things, but just globally, what the television shows. And a lot of people grew disdain for Americans. They think Americans are arrogant. They think Americans are uneducated. They think Americans are lazy. That is totally different from not liking the nation state of America. There's two separate things going on here, and I'm addressing both.
So
the best people to protect
I want the super badasses going out there and killing evil people. I want them to go find Bin Laden.
You don't want them to protect the president?
Let me jump in.
Lazy.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in, please. I want to bring in Cenk, who's been waiting unusually patiently, because this segues, Cenk, for me, and by all means, join in that debate. But it also segues into this debate about left v. right political violence. Now, the Center for Strategic and International Studies reported last September that in recent years, the US has seen an increase in the number of left-wing terrorism attacks and plots. And in fact, for the first time in many years, 2025, in fact, the first time in 30 years, was the first year where left-wing terrorist attacks outnumbered those from the violent far right. So let's not get into, who's worse. Let's accept there's been a lot of political violence on both sides. But why is political violence from the left surging in the way that it is? And I was particularly concerned about this guy's...
But no, Chad, I understand, like, as an American, we do it too. We have our certain stereotypes or our disdains for other cultures and communities. We see it going on right now a lot throughout the global, I'll say the YouTube streets and social media streets, even when they're talking about the Middle East, whether they're talking about Israel, they're talking about Iraq and Iran and the radical Muslims. Like, Americans have certain disdains as well. But we're not going to act like the world doesn't have disdains for Americans in whole. And then there's a different subset out of that. There's a different disdain for white Americans globally than there is a different than a disdain for black Americans globally. Like, the white American, even when you're speaking to these different cultures, whether it's the islands or Africans or even Middle Easterners, the disdain for Americans is there. But when you speak about the disdain for white Americans, they're going to be different talking points than the disdain for black Americans.
Twisted manifesto, because there were no red flags about him, no criminal record, nothing to suggest any violence in him at all. He's a teacher. He just won an award a few months ago, right? What would have driven this guy? And then you read the rhetoric of his manifesto, as he put it, and you're seeing, you talk about talking points, you're seeing a lot of the talking points that are drummed out on the left quite regularly have somehow permeated into his brain, a substantial brain, by all accounts, very smart guy, and they've made him get a train right across America, book himself into a hotel, and then try.
You said you live in a ghetto, you could tell it's bad. Every community has their own problems. Don't get me wrong. Like, if you go into, like, the black community, the ghetto has its own problems. But, like, shit, the trailer park has their own problems. The damn Latino ghettos have their own problems. We have to remember, shit, the Italians started this shit when it comes to gang culture and Tommy guns in the streets and shit. Like, we gotta accept it. Like, we don't have to. Y'all don't have to do anything. But when I look at it as a whole. Yes, the black community has a lot of problems. These are generational traumas. I'm not gonna shy away from that. But let's step outside of the black community and look into the troubled Latino community. Similar things are going on. Let's look into the troubled white community. Similar things are going on. Let's look into the troubled any community. It's just that the black community is highlighted. Their troubles are highlighted. Black when the black community does well, it's kind of like, yeah, no one cares, like, shit, they're gonna share the ignorant, outlandish shit, but they're not gonna share black excellence. It just kind of is what it is. That's what gets clicks, likes, and views. This shit, niggas doing ignorant shit.
An attempt mass murder, which is what was on his mind. And my question for you, Cenk, is park right-wing political violence to one side for a moment. I'm not pretending they don't have a similar issue. I mean, it hasn't been worse historically in the last 30 years. Focus just for this on this particular guy. And
I'm just saying, no matter which community you go into, in an impoverished community, there's going to be the same things. There's going to be rampant prostitution. There's going to be rampant drug use. There's going to be broken homes, and there's going to be violence. It doesn't matter what race you put on it. It's poverty. It's poverty. That's what it is. That's what happens in impoverished areas. It's just that the whites aren't going to highlight their impoverished areas. Why would they? The Latinos, some Latinos highlight their impoverished area, but those are the Latinos that kind of align with black culture. Blacks are the only ones that highlight their impoverished communities. I'm just going to be honest. Blacks are the only ones that highlight their impoverished communities. Everybody else keeps that shit quiet.
Coming off the back of a year where left-wing political violence has overtaken right-wing violence for the first time in 3 decades. What is happening here, and how do we stop it?
Yeah, I reject all of the framing in this conversation. But let me address the heart of the matter and then this nonsense talking point that Ben had. Number one, I abhor violence. Political violence is intellectual surrender. That's saying I'm pathetic, I don't know how to win a debate, so I'll resort to being a savage and doing violence or terrorism instead. So I hate it on the right, I hate it on the left. And if you're a person who is for peace, especially if you're on the left, and our movement is for peace and nonviolence, well, then if you do violence, by definition, you're not one of us. Okay, we banish you, and you don't represent a single person other than your stupid ass. Okay, so now I won't put right-wing violence aside because, as you just said, historically, right-wing violence has been much more severe. But that's okay. I'm not trying to blame people. I'm trying to get past it, okay? For both sides, for God's sake, what is violence going to solve? All it's going to create is more violence. And why are we killing each other? This doesn't make any sense at all. We should be resolving this in an American...
Correct, but you got to understand that, Mike, it's perception versus perspective. Like, where I grew up, it was very much black and white. Like, I didn't have a lot of diversity where I grew up. It was black and white. Now I got a friend that I just spoke with him earlier today, and he in LA right now. Like, he's in Cali, and like the neighborhood that he lives in is Mexicans, and they don't fuck with the blacks over there. So every time he goes outside, like, he has his hoodie on, he's in and out. Like, when he's on his way into his crib, like, he makes it straight into the crib and shit. Like, he just said he seen a black dude with his head with his damn brains blowing out, laying in the damn middle of the breezeway. This was probably like 3 months ago. I told him he need to move out of the neighborhood, but he's a victim of circumstance right now. He just can't move around.
Way, and that's through debate and politics and winning the day through your arguments. So, and both sides have gotten out of hand, but on the left, are there people egging on violence? I literally never see that, right? That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, and now I'm disheartened to see people on the left doing it. On the right, we all know Donald Trump has historically said violence is great, that you should beat up people who he disagrees with, and he'll pay the legal costs. And Donald Trump has encouraged this kind of rhetoric from day one, and I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy for him or for anyone else. Now, I do think
Joe
that
Biden
there are
says
Secret Service failings.
Well, hang on. Hang on. On that point, I know it's relevant to what you just said, because we actually have a mashup of Donald Trump talking in the way that you're describing. Let's just watch this.
Knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise.
All right, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Let's smash through the next like goal, chat. Double tap that screen for me like this, or go to the top and make sure that you click the 3 dots and hit the like button, man. Chat.
The enemy from within.
Make sure y'all do that for
me.
me.
The enemy from within, in my opinion, is more dangerous than China, Russia, and all these countries.
Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the.
So, they're saying Putin's giving pushback, saying if Trump resumes military strikes, he's going to have grave consequences, and he's in support of Iran. China's also saying that if Trump doesn't remove the blockade of Cuba, well, they're requesting that he remove the blockade of Cuba, and said that they're there to support Cuba, defends its sovereignty, and help Cuba with security. So, Trump's response to that is a long-term blockade, as of the messaging that's been coming across as of today and the last few days. He's saying we know that there was a deadline. He said the strikes are held off indefinitely, so that's covered. Now, there is movement going on where it could be some strikes going on, but as of right now, the blockade is set to remain in place. The blockade is set to remain in place long term.
For those who have been wronged and betrayed, of which there are many people out there that have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. We will take care of it. We pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. You know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy.
Now that substantiates the point you're making, Cheng.
See, this is the thing. You said FBA are hoping and begging MAGA, a Republican, call their name, okay, riot. That is not true. Now, you have certain sects of FBA that may make you think that, but you got to understand, majority of FBAs don't even fucking vote. Let's be real. Majority of FBAs aren't even in tune with what's going on enough to make that kind of decision. Let's just be fucking real. Now, to say FBAs are waiting, the FBAs that you see on YouTube, maybe that. I'm not one of those. I'm not waiting on nobody to call my name. Unless it's a Google AdSense check. Now, Google, call my fucking name. Send me my AdSense check. But by far and large, FBAs aren't waiting on damn MAGA Republicans to call in. FBAs aren't even tapped in politically, man. They're over there talking about Meg Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson breaking up, man. That's what FBAs are doing right now, man. They don't give a fuck about this.
Yeah, you see, look, that is so unhelpful, including to Donald Trump. There's one clip in there that isn't quite right. The bloodbath clip was about the economy, not about violence. But the rest of it was purely about violence. And in fact, that last one was a rhetorical shot at chicken hawks. And so if he just left it at they're hypocritical, that's no problem. But now look at what he said. If they're going to send in troops to the Middle East, they should have guns pointed at their face. Now he's sending in troops to the Middle East. And that's why you shouldn't talk like that, because it encourages violence overall. Now, to the Secret Service. Look, guys, they've had tremendous failures, and I have a ton of questions. And a lot of people on the left.
Shit, we trying to get FBAs tapped in. That's what I'm telling y'all. That's what we on here right now. We trying to get everybody in tune. Talk to your city councilman. Figure out where you stand. FBAs and all, man. That's what I come on here every night. Maybe some FBAs can relate to me. Like, oh shit, man, that's a dude. He cool. He FBA. He talking that shit. Maybe I can listen to him, sit down, chill with him. That's what we over here doing.
And the right have a ton of questions about their performance, including, by the way, the guy who failed miserably in Butler, Pennsylvania, the head of the Secret Service in that particular location and date, has now been promoted to the head of the Secret Service. That is a very curious, bizarre thing. And by the way, if you listen to Ben talk, you would think.
You said, who do I support? I support Americans. I support actual free markets. Like, not restrictions, not buddy-buddy, not who you know, not capping this company but letting this company slide, not getting to choose who has a monopoly and who doesn't. I'm against fucking mass surveillance. Like, who do I support? What do you mean? I support Americans.
Think that the Secret Service is all minorities and women. No, it's overwhelmingly white males. So why are you blaming white males is that your problem with DEI, that we're hiring too many white people or too many men? So the guy who got promoted is also a white male. I think the real question isn't this distraction about identity politics and culture wars. The real question is, what the hell is going on? Why did they let him take that shot in Butler? Why did they move the photographers into place to get the exact right shot? There's a lot of people on the right as well as the left going, that Butler, Pennsylvania shooting makes no sense at all. And we're not saying we know who did it and what happened. What we're asking is, why isn't our government...
See, this is the thing, Jason Braun. You say, am I right or the left? I'm neither. I'm the voice of the politically homeless. I don't care if you far left, far right, liberal, conservative, alien, Marxist, fascist, alien, and NPC, man. I don't give a damn about any of that. I'm not here to be clicky, buddy. I don't need a friend. I don't need people around me to believe in the same thing to make me feel good about myself. I don't trust none of them. I don't trust anybody on the right. I don't trust anybody on the left. And I don't need to be buddy with none of them motherfuckers. Honestly. A lot of this shit, tribalism, is because motherfuckers didn't have any friends. Motherfuckers never had a true friend, was never a part of something, couldn't make the basketball team and shit. Now they feel like they have a place to belong. Motherfuckers should have joined a book club or something.
Care about shooting of the president. Why doesn't Trump care? Trump never talks about it. Normally, Trump would be going crazy about what a hero he is, etc.
When I talk about bureaucracy and DEI, it's not just women. There's social promotion of men of certain, whether it's skin color or political beliefs. You've made that agency.
But the Secret Service is overwhelmingly white, Ben. So, like, is it...
Let me at least finish what I'm saying. If you're getting promoted because you're a bureaucrat, because you're a liberal white guy, okay?
Oh, then that's you think there's DEI for liberal white guys in the Secret Service?
The white guys are liberals.
That have been in our government that have been promoted.
Is there no bounds of reason?
I do. I absolutely believe.
This is like, come on, like, let's look at this panel right here, chat. Like, let's be honest, chat. It's not a fucking cool kid on the panel. I'm just gonna be honest, chat. And that's what I mean by the sense of belonging. We can say, oh, Plug, that's so surface level, but look how surface level politics have become in 2026. Look how surface level this administration is, man. This shit is buddy, clicky. Who's gonna wear the Sperry's with the fucking Nike socks pulled to the top in school, man? Let's be honest, man. Look at this panel, chat. Who do you think was fucking cool in school, man? It might be one person on the panel that was cool. It might be one person, bro, that had some fucking friends, man. Everybody else was at the lunch table eating their goddamn apple alone, man, drinking the white milk. Let's be fucking real, bro.
You guys are getting creamed in the midterms right now. You have nothing. Nothing.
I'm gonna finish my point. I'm gonna finish what I was saying.
Nothing but culture war crap.
It is a failure.
Culture war bullshit. Identity politics nonsense. Nothing.
Point. I didn't interrupt you when you were saying it. I listened to what you said.
Ben, you're the biggest interrupter in the entire commentator set. You've been interrupting me since the minute we started this. Like, stop. Come on.
Okay.
You actually got the last time I talked to you, Ben, you were on CNN and the host had to tell you to shut up.
I'm literally going to finish what I said, and I'll go back to the core point here. If you run the Secret Service the way it's being run now, it will continue to be a failure. There needs to be a massive overhaul of the Secret Service for Democrats and Republicans. The way that it's being done now is not working. When you've got a guy that can run through, have multiple people shoot him, and he not get hit by what's supposed to be the best security force for a president of the United States of America, whether a Democrat or Republican, and he can run right through the damn metal detectors and then get shot at and no one shoot him. And the only thing that saved him from being killed, I guess, is that he fell down. And
you said that I agree with DEI. It really didn't bother me. I mean, honestly, like we all know, DEI benefited white women the most. When it comes to women-dominated industries, I guess males benefited a little bit. When it comes, I mean, DEI, it was what it was. It was supposed to serve a specific purpose. I believe everybody should get a shot. Now, if everybody's not getting a fair look because of what would I call it? People hire and want to work with people who they identify with. So in theory, yes, DEI was supposed to be there to give everybody a shot to at least showcase their talents or whatever. But honestly, I mean, the shit didn't benefit me. But the way they handled DEI afterwards is kind of crazy. It's like after DEI ended, thank you, Starch Manning, comes through supporting the channel. I'm gonna read that comment in just a second, Starch. But when it comes to DEI, it was the aftermath for me with the DEI. It was the true racism and what it really meant showed after the fact, with the removal of all of the history, all of the civil rights history, the removal of statues, just the even the rhetoric. It was like, oh shit, was it really about merit-based or was it some other shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, because the whole DEI thing encompassed a lot, and a lot happened after the fact, and I think people just don't look at that. Starch Manning says Trump non-qualified ass administration is worse than what these guys think DEI does. DEI was just a safe way to say racist comment. Thanks, Starch Manning. Most definitely, man. Like I said, in theory, DEI was supposed to be everybody got an equal shot, but it's like shit. After they removed DEI, like I said, the policy, you just seen what kind of happened afterwards. It was like, oh shit, that's how you really felt.
And save people's lives in that room. Like, let's not act like the Secret Service is above reproach here. And there has to be a moment where we say,
no one is saying that they're above reproach,
better than
Ben.
this.
Ben, nobody is saying that the Secret Service is above reproach. You're just making it about stupid identity politics because it's all you have.
Let me jump in. I want, because we've got a very slight delay from me to you guys, so I just want to make sure we can get to other stuff here. Clay, obviously Trump says a lot of incendiary things, and his language about Iran, for example, talking about wiping out the whole country and all this kind of thing. All of that is what I would categorize as unnecessarily over-the-top political violent rhetoric. And all of it permeates down to disturbed minds in some way. I'm a firm believer in that.
See, this is the thing. You said truth is no Republicans have ever made racist remarks. You're fucking lying. That's what I hate worse. I hate an undercover racist, man. I'd rather you just be overt with it, man. All that covert racism and shit, what you scared for? You scared for you got a morality issue or something? I thought you was tough. Stand on business. Say what you really feel. Shit. All that over, and nobody, yes, the fuck they did, and they was racist, man. Democrat, Republican, independent. Stand on that shit. Stand on it. That's the difference. See, where I'm from, the racists gonna stand on that shit. They gonna let you know. They gonna let you know they don't like you, man. Straight up. And just stay the fuck from me, man.
I do think that people calling Trump Hitler and a Nazi and all the rest of it, that to the deranged mind,
Jeffries, maximum warfare all the time.
He was quoting a White House official when he said that.
Hang on. I mean, this is for Clay. But my point is that I think it works on both sides. I think incendiary, violent kind of rhetoric, or massively over-the-top, exaggerated rhetoric like Trump's a Nazi or Hitler, to the deranged mind, it's like a signal to them to go and deal with that problem then. If he's really the new Hitler, we've got to kill him. It's a public duty.
Yeah.
And that brings me to the Jimmy Kimmel saga, where, just to remind people what he said, I think we've got the full clip here.
Man, you said I obviously don't know my history. I get on here and watch these fucking Republican right-wing podcasters. These people go on the shows. James Fishback is a Republican. Has he said anything racist? Isn't he a Republican? He's saying racist shit about Daniel, whatever his name is, Byron ass all day. Like, what do you mean? No, learn your history. Hell, I got eyes and ears. I'm seeing this shit every fucking day. Where are you? Motherfuckers that defend the Republican Party harder than they defend their own kids. They'll defend the Republican Party but won't defend kids. I wish I had the little boom, the little fire. Y'all would defend the Republican Party but won't defend kids. That shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, man.
First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that.
Now, for what it's worth, my thoughts about the Kimmel thing are that I didn't think the joke was funny. I found his explanation a bit torturous, but I do think that the right has to be careful. It doesn't fall into the same trap it has always.
Motherfuckers really want to defend them kids. They need to get a nationwide. Like Gavin Newsom was trying to get all the states to come together and ban AR. All the states need to come together and start cutting these niggas' nuts off. Man, all the PDFs, man, band together and start cutting these niggas' nuts off. That's what you can do. Say, we want to stand and do some shit. Hey, tell your representatives that's what, hey, man, all these kitty touchers and shit, man, we finna start cutting these niggas' nuts off, man. It's so weird, man.
Accuse the left of doing, which is wanting to cancel comedians for jokes. He may not like it, it's tasteless and so on. And he didn't say it in the aftermath of this shooting, obviously. But at the same time, Clay, it plays into this whole debate that everyone's having about violent rhetoric. And I would say that Kimmel's a hypocrite because he wouldn't have said that about Michelle Obama or about Jill Biden. He wouldn't. He wouldn't have done that joke. And he could easily have done it about Jill Biden. Exactly the same joke. When it was obvious that Joe Biden...
See, when I get to saying that real shit, everybody want to leave. They don't want to hear that, man. They don't want to hear that because they know they got some fucking touchers around them. They know that one of their cousins or their uncles or something, man, might just be a fucking toucher, man. So when I get on here and I say some shit like, hey, look, Louisiana cutting these niggas' nuts off. They doing physical and chemical castration for all of these kitty touchers, man. That's some shit that we can get. What do we need? 2/3 of the states to sign off on it? Nah, motherfuckers want to leave. Now you want to swipe up on the live or go click on something else because you know you got a little cousin that's freaky as hell over there and you don't want to see him get his nuts cut off. You know your little brother or uncle or something might be fucking around. You want him to have his nuts and shit, man, so you leave. You swipe up, man. Yeah, shit hit a little too close to home.
Biden was a walking zombie and Jill's a lot younger than him. But he never did. So to me, it highlighted the ongoing issue that I have with the late night guys, which is that to a man, and the irony is always never lost on me that for the guys that bang on most about DEI, they're all middle-aged white guys, that to a man, they skew to the liberal left and they have a double standard that drives what they do. But I don't think he should be cancelled, and I think it's dangerous for the conservative right to call for him to be cancelled or to put pressure on Disney or whatever it may be, because that's exactly what they've always accused the woke left of doing. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, the punchline is Melania hates President Trump and is going to be excited when he actually dies, whether it's of old age or whether it's because somebody kills him, right? I don't think that's a very good punchline. I don't think it's a particularly funny joke. And I agree with you, Piers. Never would have been said about Michelle Obama, Laura Bush, or certainly Jill Biden. Now, they probably...
So what I'm saying, Chad, that's one thing we can't get behind. It's already precedent set, Chad. That's one thing Louisiana's already doing it, man. You said, no, I didn't hear about that, OG. I'm going to have to look it up. Louisiana already doing it, man. cutting these niggas nuts off, man. Your ass get to touching on kids, get to doing all this shit, man. They got something for you, man. 40 years and they want your nuts. Chemical or physical, man. And say we care about the kids and shit. Who gonna get behind that? Let's start cutting these niggas nuts off, man. It is what it is. Shit, ladies too. The breasts are not safe. Cut them motherfuckers off too, man. Your ass to be walking around here looking like me. Your ass to be walking around here looking like me, man. No tits, man. Cut them titties off. Cut these nigga nuts off, man. Get the fucking with these kids, man.
You would push back and say, well, they actually love their husband, but then you're getting into why the joke wasn't funny, because if you have to explain humor, it loses its punch. I would not fire Jimmy Kimmel. I defended him when he made the last tasteless joke, so-called. But look, I have a dark sense of humor.
Right, too strong. Sew them shut. Sew them shut. Sew it up. Hey, man. Sew it up, man. Straight up, man. Hey, whatever it is, man. The damn barbarism, hell yeah. Louisiana cutting these niggas. Ain't no way else to protect the kids. Motherfuckers touching kids, getting convicted of raping kids, man, and getting out in 6 months with their nuts fully intact. Talking about they spiritual leaders and shit. No, hell no. Hell no, man. Hell no. Because when we cut them nuts off, you ain't going to want to come out of jail. Nigga, take them nuts off, your ass ain't going to want to come home. You going to be like a damn neutered dog. Sad as hell. Y'all ever seen how happy your dog was? Then you cut the nigga nuts off. He ain't got no fight him in him no more. He just want to lay around, eat a little bit, drink, go home, man. Cut that nigga's nuts off. All his life is gone.
I'm in favor of tasteless jokes. I'm in favor of humor in general. I think...
I'm sorry, Roy. You said, can I please quit using the N-word? You're about to quit watching me? Sorry. Maybe this isn't for you. I'm sorry, Roy. Maybe this isn't for you. I'm not perfect. I'm not above constructive criticism. But no, I'm not finna stop saying that, especially not tonight when I'm talking about these motherfuckers taking advantage of these kids, man. I'm not. I'm sorry. Come back.
We're all better when we laugh more. What I would do, Pierce, if you're asking me how I would respond to this, we got a new CEO of Disney. I would actually defend Jimmy Kimmel by setting forth the new precedent, and that is we're not going to fire people for
Hit the
jokes
like button,
or
Chad.
because cancel culture comes for them. I've got 2 examples recently inside of...
That's what I'm going to say, Chad. We going to see. We put that shit up the boat, man. Let's see if they pass that bill through, man. Let's see if Congress going to vote on that. Cut these nuts off, man. Get to sewing these vajayjays shut, man. Snipping them nips, man. Let's see if they going to vote for that, man. Yeah, we going to see how much they want to protect kids, man. What y'all talking about, man? Protecting these kids. Start cutting these nigga nuts off, man.
Disney that I think would make a lot of sense. Maybe 3. One, I would rehire Roseanne. Let her do a comedy special.
And then when they say no, when they vote against it or they be like no, ask why. Be like, why not? Oh, that's cruel and inhumane. Well, it's not the death penalty. It's not the death penalty. Why not? We're not voting for your ass. Yeah, you don't want to take them nuts? We not voting for you.
Hey, we didn't make a good decision when we fired her over a joke, whether we liked it or not. I would also go back, I don't know if you ever watch it, The Bachelor. They fired Chris Harrison for defending someone going to a party back when they were in college. He'd been on the show for 20 years. I would bring him back. I know they got their own issues right now with The Bachelor and Bachelorette over throwing chairs and everything else. And then I know they kind of said this, but I would say it even more publicly. They fired Gina Carano from the show The Mandalorian.
Will, what do you mean they won't do that? They're already doing it in Louisiana. That's a bridge too far. That's not the Middle East, man. They're doing it in Louisiana right now. Look it up. Chemical and physical castration. Man, they taking nuts, bruh. You mean this is not this Louisiana, man. Louisiana, man, the boot. About that plan. Go down there in Louisiana about that plan, man. You won't play no more, and they're going to make sure you don't play no more.
4 so-called conservative posts relating to her opinions on Instagram. I would set a new precedent, and that would be we're going to be wide open creatively. Sometimes creative people are going to say things that people of a variety of perspectives find offensive, but that's the job of being in creative business. So I would defend Jimmy. I'd defend Roseanne. I'd defend Chris Harrison. I don't want anybody getting canceled for actual opinions. Now, acts where you commit acts of violence, things like that, that's very different. But that would be my perspective on it. And I think conservatives
before I go to the
viewers should be are making poor choices.
Right, but before I go to the others, I'll come to you, Mike, next. Before I go to the others, Clay, do you accept that Donald Trump should dial down his rhetoric? I mean, that was the point that Kimmel made with Melania. If you want to start, because Melania was obviously very upset about it, and I totally understand it. But she made the point.
Man, I don't give a damn about what Jimmy Kimmel said. Roseanne Barr, Tamala Jones Pierce, Lauren Boebert. All right, we're going to see what Glenn Beck talking about.
Well, joining me now is Glenn Beck, host of the Glenn Beck program and founder of Torch. Glenn, welcome back to Uncensored. How are you?
Thank you very much. Very good, Pierce. Good to talk to you.
Did you feel the warm glow of royal patronage yesterday as my king addressed both Congress and then the state dinner?
I have to be real honest with you. Don't like Charles, never have liked Charles. Loved his mother. Loved his what? Grandmother, great-grandmother, Victoria. She was fabulous. Him, not so much. I have great hope for William and Kate, but you know, I'm not a king person. It's amazing that we're marching here, no kings, but you got one, and you're still getting the.
Well, yeah. But there was the irony, Glenn, wasn't there, of all the Democrats who've been marching about no kings, then cheering on an actual king repeatedly in Congress.
Yeah, it's not irony, it's hypocrisy. You know, but you know, there are those, and this is the thing, Piers, that. You know, I'm coming over for the Tommy Robinson rally, and I don't know what to expect. And I honestly say that.
Last time they said Tommy Robinson put 1 million people in the street, chat. Y'all think Tommy Robinson gonna put that many people in the street again?
Because I'm not even sure about my own countrymen sometimes. The Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights is not the Magna Carta. Magna Carta was a good start, but we have something that is totally different. And we don't just guarantee rights. We guarantee the right of the individual. And so many Americans don't understand that even. You know, they're for this collective, you know, everything. And that's not what our founders were for. And I worry. You know, when I hear talk about the Magna Carta and stuff, well, you can still become addicted.
Hey, Chad, we're 10 likes away from 200 likes, man. Let's get to 200 likes right quick, Chad. Be sure to hit the like button on your way in. Mods, be sure to make sure y'all greet all the new people in the comments. Make sure y'all greet everybody that y'all see new in the comments, man. We're 10 likes away. Double tap the screen. Chad, what I want to know is, how do y'all feel about Glenn Beck? Do y'all like Glenn Beck or dislike Glenn Beck?
Dictator, and Trump could become a dictator if he doesn't concentrate on the Bill of Rights and the founding document of all men are created equal, and we are as individuals, not a collective. And I don't know what to expect from England or Europe as we go into these scary times.
Well, let's talk about Tommy Robinson then, because I saw that you posted, I'm going to head to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tommy Robinson at the Unite the Kingdom rally on May the 16th.
What's up, AJ?
Excited and proud to do so. How much do you know about Tommy Robinson?
I think I know enough, but not as much as you know. I've seen him over the years change a great deal. I think we all have. And
I'm gonna say this, man. It looked like Glenn will sell a lot of chicken, bro. It looked like Glenn will slang some chicken buckets out that window, man. Glenn looked like he'll sell a good used car too, Chad. I mean, I'm talking about low mileage. You probably got another 300,000 out that bad boy, man. Glenn also looked like he does a mean oil change. It looks like he'll do a mean oil change for you.
Tour. I know that he said himself he was very thuggish when he was young, but I think he brings up strong warnings that are important.
Timmy 911 says, "Dude, shut up, Timmy. I'm gonna need you to unhand my shit, Timmy. I mean, I know, Timmy. It's just like when you come in here, you just want to have so much control. You have no control over your life, no control over the people around you, no impulse control. You can't even control the damn steering wheel too good. So you want to come in here and have a sense of control. That's not gonna work, man. I will put your ass in the corner. I will put your ass in the corner."
But he is, look, his name isn't even Tommy Robinson. His name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. He's got convictions for assault. He was a football hooligan, led a mob. He was convicted of using a fake passport. He's been done for mortgage fraud, contempt of court. He's been in and out of jail for all sorts of different things. And I've got a feeling that most of America, most of the conservative right on the American side, sort of either don't really know this about him or just are prepared to turn a blind eye because they're kind of locked in. And forgive me, I don't want to include you if you don't recognize this characterization, but there's a growing sense, I said it on Hannity's show last night, of Britain being overrun by Muslims, overtaken, we're becoming an Islamic state, and so on. To which I say, well, we have 5% of our population is currently Muslim. And I live in London, which is an incredibly multicultural city with...
You said Glenn is not a conservative. What is he, a libertarian? What is he?
Several million Muslims living in it. I just don't recognize this portrayal of my country or my capital city as being overrun by Muslims. But this is what Tommy Robinson wants America to think. And he's over here all the time, doing podcasts and interviews, talking about the country being invaded, being overtaken. Now, there are legitimate questions about immigration.
You said Glenn looked like he wore a do-rag too long. I can see Glenn on a Harley, man, or a gold wing, man. I can see Glenn on a gold wing, chat. You know what I'm saying? The gold wing, boss hogging the lane, got the speakers blaring and shit, do-rag on. I could see that.
Immigration, both legal and illegal, which I absolutely agree with. I also think, and I've said this before, that Robinson was one of the louder voices calling out this absolute disgrace of the grooming rape gangs, and he was right to do so. But I'm not sure I'd be comfortable when even Nigel Farage, head of the Reform Party here in the UK, I'm in New York at the moment, but even he doesn't stand shoulder to shoulder with Tommy Robinson. Does that not give you pause for thought, Glenn Beck?
Sure, it gives me pause for thought. I've talked to Tommy. I mean, he has told me all of the things that you just said. He called himself a hooligan, said that he had made huge mistakes, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, yeah, Chad, we're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Sylvia, we got to hit the like goals, man. Thank y'all for 200 likes, but we got to hit 500 on this stream. We go for 500 goal like every night, man. We go for the 500 like goal every night. So double tap that screen, chat. Boom, boom. Go to the top. Make sure you have hit the like button.
But I don't know what he's standing for that I would object to. I mean, I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've made huge mistakes in my life. We all can make mistakes in our life. But I'm not sure, you know, because what I see here is an unequal application to the law and a warning of Sharia law. I don't have a problem with Muslims. I don't have a problem with people coming into the country. If, you know, as long as you want to become, in America, it may be different. I could move over to England and I'd never be an Englishman. You can move over to America and adopt our country and become a citizen, and you will become an American. So it's different. And I want that, but I don't want Sharia law. And that I think is the warning that he is giving, and the warning that people should pay attention to all over the West. You are seeing a group of people. I just saw, was it Denmark? 48% of those who are living as a newcomer and is Islamic, 48% want Sharia law. That's incompatible with the West. And that's the warning that I think people should hear.
See, this is the thing, like that's a hot topic of conversation. And even when I was speaking last night, that y'all asked me about how I felt about Nick Fuentes, and I was speaking about that ism, I went and I looked into like the ism that he's putting down, and it's not good to me, Chad. Like, for me, he's saying he wants police in the streets. He no protest, like that's we have a right to protest. Like that's and he's saying like all of that protest shit is over with. He wants police in the streets, mass deportations, get everybody the fuck out. So yeah, like I said, as a content creator, he has a fan base, but when I go and I do my research, I look at like, okay, what is this movement about? What is the ism? Because when you look at these, not every streamer or podcaster, but a lot of these big names, bigger names, they do have an ism. Whether they tell you it's an ism or whether it's implied. And I try to figure it out. I try to break it down. Like, what is this person really putting down?
Here. But I also want to be careful, that's why I brought this up. I want to be careful. You can go wrong quickly if you get into us versus them. You can go wrong quickly if you are not understanding universal individual rights. We have to stand. What kept America from going fascist for so long has been we understand the individual right. And that I don't know how to judge in Germany or Europe or any place else, because you don't have that's bred into us. We're losing it, but a lot of us still have it bred right deeply into us, that individual strength and love of individual rights that I don't know if the rest of the country has.
I mean, my issue with Robinson, he refuses to come on.
You said, how is London in trouble? See, this the difference, H-Buster. See, when we talking about America, you know, they say we're a nation built on immigration and shit. When we're talking about Europe, like y'all can't even say that y'all a nation really just built on immigration. Like this shit new to y'all, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you, H-Buster, them white folks scared over there, man. They don't want all them Muslims and Middle Easterns and Africans over there, man. Let's be honest. Call this shit how it is, man. That shit's unprecedented, man.
My show, because he knows I'm going to ask him stuff he doesn't get asked when he does American shows, and he knows he doesn't want to get into that because it might even send him back to prison because he'll repeat.
Shit, Europe is the final frontier, nigga. I don't know what you thought, H-Buster. They looking at it like Europe is the final frontier. You know, Europe is the final frontier. Michael Thomas said, would you? I don't have a fucking choice. Michael, what do you mean? Shit, it's America. They let everybody. This nation was built on letting everybody in. What are you talking about, man? You go through the proper paperwork and shit. I'm just gonna be honest. It's not my choice. Hell, if y'all want to know the honest to God truth, the raw and uncut plug, I don't want to live next to none of you motherfuckers. I don't like neighbors. I want to step out on my porch and piss in the morning. I want to, be able to do shit. I don't want you looking over my fence or looking in my yard. Nah, man. I want to step outside, man, on my porch and piss, man. I don't want no fucking neighbors, man. I don't need you coming knocking on my door to borrow sugar and shit.
It lies where there are laws which are currently contempt of court laws in the UK, which if he repeated them, he'd go back to prison as he did before. So I just think he's a bit of a charlatan.
Can I ask you a question? And again, I'm not an expert on your laws and everything else, but are you a little concerned about how many people in your country are being arrested for freedom of speech? I mean, you have I think it was 14,000 people in the last 2 years. I mean, it's gravely concerning what's going on.
Bro, who is in here trolling my mods, bro? Who is Lala Stay Softer? And they took Lala picture, bro. Y'all are trolling, bro. Have I made it, chat? And my mods are getting trolled now, chat. Does that mean we made it? Like, no longer are they trolling me. They're trolling my mods now. Have we made it, chat? Just let me know, chat. If we made it, man, I might get the acting a little different. You know what I'm saying? Have we made it yet, chat? Let me know. Shit crazy.
I've talked out about that. I think there's been a massive overdone response to people putting stuff on Facebook and whatever, and it's inconsistent with our country saying they're a country of free speech. And then, I mean, I thought the worst one was Graham Linehan, the comedian, who posted two trans jokes on X, and then months later got arrested by.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, miscellaneous. I might have to go get me some Cartiers. Do what y'all think I'm gonna do anyway when we do make it. Y'all think I'm gonna go, put diamonds in my teeth and get a big chain and wear $6,000 Cartier frames, 2 watches and shit. I might as well just start with the shades now. I might well go get the Patrick Mahomes glasses, man. I might well go get the Pat Mahomes glasses. Fuck it.
by 5 armed police at Heathrow. It was ridiculous.
Or the teacher
got thrown out.
Teacher in Ireland, I think, that is just, I think, got life in prison. I mean, that's craziness. That's craziness.
Well, there are some absurd cases, but I think the thing about Robinson I don't like is that, you know, his recent stay in prison was nothing to do with free speech and everything to do with the fact that he had lost a defamation case, a libel case, against with a Syrian refugee boy who won the case, won a 6-figure sum in damages, and there was a contempt of court order put against Robinson not to repeat his demonstrable proven lies, which is why he lost the defamation case. He then goes and makes this movie called Silence, which is the one thing he never is, and he repeated all the lies, and then he got put back in prison because he was in breach of contempt of court. That's not a free speech issue. That's someone spewing lies, being told if you do it again, you're going to prison, and he does it again.
So I'm not here to defend or defame him. You know, let him speak for himself. I know I've asked him some of these questions, and one of the things that he did bring up that I thought was at least worth consideration is how many of these things, because we've seen.
Nah, Chad, real shit, man. When I do make it, I am gonna be a little different. I'm not gonna curse as much. I'm not gonna say the N-word as much. So that's why I asked that shit. Like, hey, man, is it time to actually clean it up a little bit, man? Because these folks not gonna bring me around, you know what I mean, being like this. That's what I was saying, bro. Like, I'm not really finna get on here all jury the fuck out with some shades on, but like this, not that.
Seen it in America. How many of these things are happening to you because you're on the wrong side of power? How much of that is actually righteous prosecution, and how much of that is prosecution because shut up and sit down? And I don't know the answer to that.
Well, it's a legitimate. No, it's a legitimate question in all of these cases, and I'm sure there is an element of that with some people. He's a self-acclaimed sort of enemy of the establishment and so on. I don't know. I would feel uncomfortable, Glenn, because I've got a lot of respect for you, a lot of time for you. I would just be slightly careful how close your shoulder gets to his shoulder at this rally, because there are some people that go to these things who are perfectly normal, decent people that care about their country. I've no doubt about that. But there are also some absolute hardcore, genuine Islamophobic thugs. And the reason I say that is if you ask Tommy Robinson, here's the point I would make. The vast majority of sexual crime in the UK is perpetrated by white men. When was the last time Tommy Robinson?
Oh, Chad, I forgot to tell y'all, like, I didn't record it earlier because I was on somebody else's panel, and I don't want to be one of those creators that, like, sneak record when it's like a low-key debate or something. So I was debating a real liberal woman from Canada.
Robinson ever alluded to any.
She was like 28, 29 from Canada, real liberal, like, and she had like some far off, wild ass views. We ended up agreeing on a few things, but I was just telling her like the view that she has of America is like not America, but Americans. That's why earlier I was speaking on like the disdain the world has for Americans, and like the way she was talking, like, fuck, bro, like it's a lot of disdain for Americans from Canada right now. And it's like not even, it's disdain for the government, but it's also disdain for Americans.
Of that on his social media platforms or at his rallies. It's always Muslim, 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 as if the only people committing.
I mean, mainly she was saying that America is going to fail because of, she was trying to push the narrative that America's going to fail because of the trade deals with Canada, because we're not doing business with Canada and Canada's moving towards China. And I was telling her, like, yeah, that's not exactly how it works. You know, like, it's cool for you. And then she was kind of, I'm going to bring her on the channel. She did have some good points. We did agree on some things. I'm going to bring her on the channel. But what did she say? She was trying to say that America gets 80% of its energy from Canada. And I'm like, no, like we get 80% of our energy imports from Canada, but that only accounts for 2% of the energy that we consume. So yeah, the 80% that we get from Canada is imports. So out of all of the energy we import, yeah, we get 80% of that from Canada, but that's only 2% of the energy that we get. So it was kind of one of those. She was like, yeah, we're just fucked when Canada can cut off the power if they want to. And I was like, yeah, that's not, yeah, no.
Crimes in my country are Muslims. And it's a grotesque mischaracterization of reality.
So I will tell you, Piers, when you say, be careful who you get close to, I would say that about anybody. I think we all need to be very careful because on both sides of the aisle in my own country, it is starting to become, there are crazies on both sides. Far more, I mean, a death cult now on the left. What happened over the weekend with the president, it's a death cult.
Yeah.
But there are crazies now starting to appear on the other side. But you
said, was it Bones I was talking to? No, I was on a different platform. I don't know what she's gonna name her channel, but on a different platform, she's pretty big. Her name, she calls herself Ginger, but she's doesn't really do political commentary, but she can, and I think that's what she's gonna do over here. But yeah, like I said, I'll bring her on the channel probably sometime next week. I'll try to get it scheduled to do like a live discussion. Yeah, I do call in some nights, Mr. Anderson. People got a little too reckless, so I had to put, a little time out on it. People was calling in saying all kind of crazy shit. We do panels on the weekends, but I do call in sometimes. But yeah, it wasn't Miss Bones though.
You have to be brave enough to say, I am an individual, and this is what I believe. And I plan on, being in England to observe and to watch and to speak on what I believe is important. And what I bring is a warning that individual rights, this cannot be about religion, and I'm not preaching to anybody in England. In our own country, this is not about religion. This is about a political force that wants to shut down freedoms. That is a legitimate concern in Western culture and needs to have legitimate airing and discussion without hatred or name calling.
Glenn, on that point, I 100% agree with you. Always good to have you on Uncensored.
Good to talk to you.
And maybe see you in London.
You said Christian Mods let him say that about Jesus 3 times. All my mods probably not Christian, man. But yeah, what he did say about Jesus was wild. It was pretty wild. All right, chat, let's move on into what Hegseth was talking about, man. Hegseth had to testify before Congress. Everyone hit the like button for me too, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal.
Yeah,
Take care,
love to.
Take care.
I got a pizza in there too, chat. I'm trying to hold off on that pizza. Y'all know when I eat what get to happen.
All right, the committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair reserves the right to declare the committee in recess at any point. Before we begin, I want to remind those of war.
The President's budget request reflects the urgency.
How do you view Pete Hegseth, man? Do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of Pete Hegseth right now, chat? Favorable or unfavorable view of Pete Hegseth?
Of the moment, addressing both the deferment of long-standing problems as well as positioning our forces.
All right, Alex comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat, says, bro, YouTube black in Russia. You'll love it. I seen that video about being black in Russia. Where they went and interviewed that guy that has the Putin tattoo. Are you talking about that one where they interviewed the rapper guy that has the Putin tattoo and he was praying to the deities and shit? We watched it on stream over here. I think on the backup channel. We might have watched it on the backup channel.
For both the current and the future fight. We think divesting to invest is a strategy of austerity. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as Jay Hurst, our Comptroller, or Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger, prouder, and more secure America. I think what our troops have demonstrated to the world over the last 15 months are a reflection of that. A nation's ability to build, innovate, and support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America last policies, resulting in a diminished ability to project strength. Under the previous administration, we were focused on offshoring and outsourcing, riddled with cost overruns and degraded capabilities.
Thanks, off my line.
Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial...
See, off my line, we've been waiting for you to subscribe. Because this the barbecue right here. This is my house. Welcome in. We at the barbecue. We at the fish fry. And your name is off my lawn, so I need you to act like Stanley on Friday. You know, tell folks to get off the grass. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need you to like Stanley on Friday, getting folks off the grass.
Back on a wartime footing. If you ask anyone at our Pentagon, urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than unrelenting fear in our adversaries and the utmost confidence in our allies. We fight to...
Archangel comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat with some numbers. Hey, Archangel, man, listen. I seen you drop them numbers, man. That's crazy, man. You know they just picked up James Comey for that shit, man. You know they just went picked up Comey for that shit.
To win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful...
Bottom cat serious backlash. Oh, who has the time to troll all my mods, chat? Who actually has the time to troll all my mods? Archangel comes through supporting the chat via Super Chat with some laughing faces. Yeah, they locked Comey ass up for that shit. They locked them up for that. But bottom cat, serious blackish. It's wild, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
And capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% for lower enlisted, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the department does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, 180, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most.
That's not good, chat. Oh, my. Are y'all listening to this man, chat? Oh, my God, bro. All of our protections are gone. Like, all of the safeguards are gone. Like, try it now, ask questions later. Like, this shit is not good, bro. What? Listen to this dude, chat. Listen to this dude.
And the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the department does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model. 180. Decisively moving from...
That means for the money, chat, we're all fucked, man. That means that there's no politicians that can save us, chat. I just want y'all to know there's no judges, there's no what he's saying is, and nobody's fucking coming to save you. We switched this shit from a bureaucratic process to a business model, man. Watch the fuck out.
An acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most at cost, at scale for taxpayer dollars. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals for things like critical munitions and capabilities, we've sent an unambiguous demand signal to industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and a massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics of what's been accomplished over just the past few months. These are announced.
You said he stopped the wasteful spending. We spent $25 billion already. We're fucking 50 some days in. We spent $25 billion already. What do you mean stop the wasteful spending?
New facilities and investments to support American warfighters, and I would refer you to the screen.
We came in here talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, cutting the national deficit and shit, and we've already added $4 trillion to the deficit. Year and a half. Added $4 trillion. What the fuck are you talking about?
The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, in 180 cities, and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion. It's resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new jobs in defense. This is the key part of this. These $50 billion of investment in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories, these are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By changing our departments, transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own money, their own capital, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization.
Like, what do you... Cut it out, Higgs said. Cut it out. Cut the shit. Cut it the fuck out, man. They're investing their own money. They're gonna get the fucking tax break. They're getting the shit on the back end. They're not gonna pay anything, man. They're investing their own money. You're gonna subsidize that shit. We know what the fuck is going on here, man. It's a circle jerk of funds, man. We're gonna invest their own money with guaranteed. Y'all are gonna guarantee the new contracts after the fact to make sure they get a solid return on investment. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out, bro. Cut it out. Starch Manning comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat and says, and God said, and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger to those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. F this. Thank you for supporting the channel, Starch. This shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy, bro.
All again with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before and is long overdue, from a bureaucratic model to a business model. Anyone on the outside looking in at what's been done inside this Pentagon in the last 12 months cannot deny the fundamental transformation at speed, at scale, to innovate and meet the threats of today and tomorrow. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers. and help to ensure that
Say
our
the Book of
warfighters are able to
Samuel
defend
starts.
the American dream and all American made. Together with the help of the policies, updates, and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country, and once again, forging a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where critical supply chains are threatened, the War Department has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine and at every level of our defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that the department remains laser-focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our forces from the front lines to the factory floors. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget. This is a warfighting budget. And speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure will come up today, which I very much welcome discussing. I look forward to sharing the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of...
I can't wait to see Pam Bondi testify about these Epstein files, bro. I can't wait to see her testify about these Epstein files.
Weeks. President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had the courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad in that. We have the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge...
This is the thing. When he says cut out all that bureaucracy and shit, we seen what Anthropic said that they were trying to do. Palantir just got, what, like a $10 billion contract from the Pentagon. I think Google DeepMind did too. Got some shit going on. I don't know, bro, Chad. Like, then we got, oh my God, bro. We got ICE agents about to have the biometric data glasses and shit. We know that's coming to regular law enforcement. It's just like, we're about to be mass surveilled, Chad. And then what happens when policy changes? What happens when policy shifts? Something that was illegal, wasn't illegal, now becomes illegal. Something simple, something small. Shit is crazy.
The biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in. I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in, on an existential fight for the safety of the American people, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished. So I thank you again for the opportunity to address this committee. I ask that God would continue to watch over our troops in harm's way, and those that have fallen are always in our memory, and we fight to ensure their legacy. Look forward to answering the questions of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of this committee. Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here today alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and Honorable Jay Hurst to testify on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership in support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our interests around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America.
To fund other things operationally. This budget stops that cycle and both invests in sustainment and modernization, which is something that's critically important. So without that reconciliation bill, I think, Mr. Chairman, we'd be in a very different place. So thank you for that.
Great. Well, as you are aware, the expansion of the defense industrial base is the principal focus of this year's NDAA. So in addition to enacting this budget request that's been submitted, we want to work with you to enhance the department's statutory authorities.
See, this is the thing, Bug. You talking about mass surveil for 2 decades, but consequences and repercussions weren't immediate and instant. See, when you got to look at what Anthropic said. Anthropic told the Pentagon no. The Pentagon designated them a supply chain risk. Anthropic CEO did a full sit down, a full interview. He said his two hardline no's was mass surveillance of United States citizens and the power to autonomously fire weapons with the system. Put those two together. You don't think law enforcement, they're going to shoot your ass down immediately, man. Make its own decision. It's not no human oversight.
To improve the capacity of our DIB, what additional changes in law, such as the additional multi-year block buy authority, would you recommend that we pursue in this year's NDAA?
A few aspects of the acquisition transformation that's been undertaken by Undersecretary Duffy in acquisitions and sustainment. So there's some aspects of that we'd like to codify even more. But you mentioned it. Multi-year procurement is incredibly important and one of the most important parts of this bill. When this committee and this Congress funds those things, companies are already breaking ground on tens of billions of dollars of new plants. You name we've got 14.
Alex comes through supporting the channel via Super Set. Said you and Denzel Washington, two brothers I love and like, man. Appreciate you for supporting the channel, Alex.
In our ammunition council that we're focusing on certain ammunitions, there are 14 that are critical. You know, PAC-3s, SM-3s, SM-6s, THAADs, Patriots, Tomahawks, AMRAAMs, JASSMs, you name prisms, you name them. We were building them at too slow and too low a level. Now the companies are going to pay for those factories and those production lines. And when Congress gives those 5 to 7 year demand signals, they'll then fund it. Not just, hey, can we get 10 more per month, but can we 2x, 3x, 4x the production, pay for it now, and the companies invest accordingly. So it's been a critical aspect of some of what we've done so far, but we need more of those 5 to 7 year investments.
Great. General Kane, what does the $1.5 trillion budget mean for the warfighter and our ability to project forces and secure our interest around the globe?
Chairman, you know, in my view, this represents a historic down payment on future security. If the budget is approved and ultimately deployed, as we look at the character of warfare changing very, very fast, what's layered in to this budget by our
chat, how do y'all feel about the $1.5 trillion budget, man? The $1.5 trillion budget they're talking about.
Leaders
the
will
defense
allow
bill.
us to start getting ahead of where technology is evolving. And as I mentioned, the character of warfighting is changing pretty quickly. Mass, simultaneity, autonomy, undersea, space, cyber, information, all of those ways that are now manifesting them.
Oh, chat, we're 4 likes away from 250, chat. Everyone double tap the screen right now. Share the live out, chat. We're 2 likes away from 250. We're 10 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man.
Selves on the battlefields around the world require a higher end of capital investment, and that's why we're grateful for the opportunity to have this budget make its way to the joint force. So it's an important down payment on the future here, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I yield to the ranking member for any questions he may have.
Thank you. Mr. Hurst, drag you into the conversation here. We have not yet received from the Pentagon the costs of the war. So just for the record, we'd like to get that as soon as possible. Certainly the munitions expended, but also underreported is we've had a fair amount of equipment destroyed, including 2 C-130s with the rescue of our downed airmen. So do you have either A, a cost estimate coming to us anytime soon, or B, a specific supplemental request?
Thank you for that question. So approximately at this day, we're spending about $25 billion on Operation Epic Fury. Most of that is munitions. There's part of that is obviously O&M and equipment replacement. We will formulate a supplemental through the White House that will come to Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
Sure. So you're saying the full cost at this point is $25 billion?
Yeah, that's our estimate for the cost.
Okay. Interesting, because I'm glad you answered that question, because we've been asking for a hell of a long time and no one's given us the number. So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Iran and the war. And it is worth noting that every president prior to this one, including President Trump in his first term, also prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without actually having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. But also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment, in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically pay us to open up the strait. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. It's worth noting, of course, that the strait was open before the war started. Now we're negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer is to say, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this lethal kinetic action into an improvement in the nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, I would take issue with the premise of the question that nothing was done. Operation Midnight Hammer was a very effective.
Well, I didn't say nothing was done. I said in this war.
Ultimately,
this war started.
well, this under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallets of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program.
Which is where
if we
we're
want to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal, our view, the president's view, is that was a very bad deal.
Okay.
That gave them a
That's
bunch
the
of money
past.
up front.
What's the future?
To fund, you talked about negotiated deals. Allowed them to fund their proxies and spread Hamas and Hezbollah all around the region, build up nuclear capabilities.
What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
so they
never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. For all of the
well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
my time for
we're
just
watching
a quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of missiles.
So Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly the same place we were before. So much so
their
that
facilities
we had to start
were
a
bombed
war.
and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
All right, let me try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North Korea strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
and yet
to ensure their
haven't given up
conventional
the
shield was brought to
one other
heel,
question,
which we've done.
if I could get to it. So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice, was Ukraine had no cards to play. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that you didn't see that Ukraine was going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months?
What we didn't miss, and we're here in this committee, is that Joe Biden, with no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine, to an outcome that never would have happened if President Trump was president. So he pulled out you guys don't talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump believes there should be a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine.
But you didn't expect Ukraine to be where they're at right now. I'm asking you, just from a strategic standpoint, what
I think the Ukrainians have shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is now paying for any weapons that we provide.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
All right, now I want to remind everybody, everybody wants to get their questions, so we are going to be sticking strictly to the 5-minute rule today. So with that, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mike Rogers, for your leadership working with President Donald Trump. As the grateful father of 4 sons who have served overseas in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I especially appreciate War Secretary Hegseth and Chief of Staff Kane for your competence, service, and success. Military families have never been more appreciated than today, and our enemies of dictators now understand peace through strength. Dictators historically are on the run. With your leadership, President Trump has given Syria a chance with President al-Shara replacing dictator Assad from Damascus, who now lives in Moscow. Dictator Maduro is correctly in a Manhattan jail, as you successfully revealed in Caracas that the war criminal Putin air defenses do not work, the Chinese Communist Party radar failed, and Cuban mercenaries were expendable. The Cuban dictatorship is failing, and the ultimate mass murderer, dictator Khomeini, is dead in Tehran, Iran, joining the 35,000 people he murdered this year. With your leadership, American morale has never been higher, and hopes for freedom of the oppressed people of Iran, Cuba, Russia, and China have never been higher. And it's just an exciting time to be here with you. And Mr. Secretary, we continue to see the growing nuclear threat of our adversaries as they expand their capabilities with the largest military buildup in peacetime in world history by the Chinese Communist Party. How critical is it that we continue, as at the Savannah River site in South Carolina, to develop the plutonium pit processing so that we have modernization?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate that question. On nuclear modernization, this budget funds $71 billion to modernize the triad in ways that we had neglected to do, and our nuclear triad underwrites everything. But I really appreciate your opening statement. I think something that obviously the media doesn't want to cover and doesn't want to talk about is the historic record-breaking surge in recruiting in our ranks. 30-year record in recruiting of Americans wanting to join our joint force, wanting to put the uniform on. We're meeting recruiting goals halfway through the year. We couldn't meet our recruiting goals under the previous administration. Under Joe Biden, Americans didn't want to join the military. We couldn't get it. Now we have to turn people away and push them to the next fiscal year. That's why this budget grows our force by almost 50,000. Ultimately, additional troops into the force that we believe we can recruit. That's the best vote of confidence I can imagine.
Well, hey, even better, hey, Mr. Secretary, you're really understating. Leaving no airmen behind. Hey, what an inspiration on Easter Day. God bless y'all and what you've achieved. With that in mind, too, General Kane, with your VMI military perspective, War Colonel Putin is losing in Ukraine as his 30-day special mission is now 4 years of, as the Secretary has identified, courageous Ukrainian success led by President Vladimir Zelensky. I appreciate that NATO and the EU have unified for Ukraine as the U.S. ranks 17th per GDP in assistance for Ukraine. Ukraine is frontline, stopping War Colonel Putin from resurrecting the failed Soviet Union, rigging elections in Belarus, invading Ukraine, keeping troops in Moldova, and with the end of Israeli invading and rigging elections in the Republic of Georgia. As we're transitioning greater responsibility to our NATO allies, how do we ensure seamless integration to deterrence during this shift?
Congressman, we're very fortunate to have great leaders out in the European theater right now. General Grinkovich and his leadership team are committed to ensuring that integration and transition takes place in a most combat capable and effective way. Very entrepreneurial leaders out there across the components, and with General Grinkovich, and he's doing a great job out there as the committee.
Oh, AJ, welcome in, AJ. Thank you for the gifted membership, AJ. I hope you've been doing all right, girl. I hope you've been doing all right. Thank you, AJ, for the gifted membership, chat.
He knows.
And indeed, as we conclude, historically, President Trump, Mr. Secretary.
Oh, AJ said continue to get the likes up, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Be sure to hit that like button on the way in, and we're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
General, you have united the Middle East nations unprecedented to ally with the United States. You have united Latin America unprecedented to ally with the United States. You've united the Indo-Pacific unprecedented to ally with the United States, and united NATO and EU unprecedented to ally with the United States. You're achieving peace and deterrence through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair not recognized. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, this morning's Wall Street Journal's lead headline reads, quote, Trump tells aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. It goes on to describe, again, the thinking behind the strategy, but also talks about how prolonging the blockade is going to continue to drive up energy costs all over the world. Given the ever-changing messages from this administration on the war strategy and timeline, I really honestly don't expect you to confirm or deny the Journal's story. But one thing is clear. The number of transits across the Strait of Hormuz has dropped to the lowest level since the war began, and commodity markets have stopped listening to the happy talk, and crude oil prices this morning have risen to the highest level since the war in Ukraine started in 2022. AAA reported this morning that the average price of gas is $4.30 a gallon, up 30 cents in 1 week. Diesel's average is $5.45. My friend Mr. Garamendi says in California it's closer to $8 a gallon.
Matt comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat. Thank you, Matt. I hope you're having a great night, Matt. Thank you for always showing up and supporting me, Matt. He just said diesel prices are about to hit $8. Chad, owner-operators are about to have to park those trucks. Owner-operators are about to have to park those trucks. How much can the load pay? $8 a gallon. How much can the load pay?
And fertilizer prices have also hammered farmers at exactly the same time they're beginning planting all across the country. Aside from the damage this war has done to American consumers, farmers, and small businesses, I want to focus for a minute on the cost of the war and our military readiness, particularly to other combatant commands. Mr. Secretary, you put out a national defense strategy in January, which listed the threat assessment facing our country. China was number one, with the second largest, most powerful military in the world, of course. Russia's nuclear force clearly was number two in terms of the threat they pose to the homeland. North Korea, which has missiles that actually can reach U.S. territory, was ranked number three, and Iran was described as, quote, and accurately, after Midnight Hammer, that Iran's regime is weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades. Again, this was before February 28th, when the decision was made to go into the military strikes on Iran.
No, I didn't see that, H-Buster, but I did see that Japan and South Korea are adding surcharges to their flights, to the flights to Europe and to America. They're adding like $200 onto all of the flights out of Japan and South Korea to America and Europe. They're adding $200 starting on the 1st.
So today we have 3 carrier strike forces in Central Command. The Indo-PACOM, which is where Russia and China are operating their navies, 52% of the globe. We have 1 carrier strike group in Japan, George Washington. And the imbalance in terms of just, what our commitments and frankly, what our national defense strategy, is just blindingly obvious in terms of what this war is doing. The Gerald Ford is on day 312 of its deployment. They've gone through fires, plumbing problems, and again, an extended deployment, which, in my opinion, is hitting readiness as hard as anything I've seen in the time that I've been on this committee. So, General Kane, in terms of, again, the carrier strike groups that are over there, assuming that we get to some end game here, Ford is not going over to the Indo-Pacific to buttress the gap that exists there today. They've got to go back into pretty heavy repair and availability in terms of trying to recover from their deployment. So again, in terms of just, the decisions about where we're putting people and putting really the most powerful part of our Navy, can you explain, again, what that means in terms of the situation in Indo-PACOM, where China is watching? We saw Mr. Rogers' pretty powerful presentation in terms of the buildup that's happening in that part of the world. How does that align with the National Defense Strategy, which was just put out by this administration in January?
Well, sir, first I want to echo your comments on the Ford Strike Group. Fantastic work by incredible sailors, not just the Ford herself, but the other ships as well, on a historic cruise doing incredible work for the nation.
But excuse me, how does that balance with the national?
Well, yes, sir. Happy to answer the way I think about this. The national security strategy and national defense strategy are frameworks, but a president will employ national force and power based on the political and security situations that a president deems appropriate to use that military force. There's always trade-offs in all of these things. I'm confident that the president always carefully considers these readiness trade-offs, and I'm sure he has done so in this case based on the military options that we've presented with the associated risks and advice.
To make a trade going after a regime that's weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades, which is quote unquote from the Defense Strategies report, does not, in my opinion, in common sense.
Gentleman's time's expired. As you can tell from looking at the dais, votes have been called, so we are now going to stand in recess to the end of this vote. I expect it to take 20 to 25 minutes, but we are now in recess.
Received a standing ovation when he implored this body to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026 National Defense Strategy, it assesses Russia will remain.
Chat. Do you think we should continue to support Ukraine in their war against Russia, chat? Yes or no, chat? Do you think America should continue to support Ukraine?
A persistent, manageable threat. It specifically identifies Russia's continued threat to Ukraine, and we have, of course, currently the presidential continued drawdown authority that can support Ukraine, and also the President Trump announced Pearl, the prioritized Ukraine requirements list, and in the FY 2026 NDAA, there is the $400 million that is included in the European capacity building within the Defense Security Cooperation. General, the last time it went on the House floor with respect to funding for Ukraine, there was a vote in the House of over 300 members of the House that supported Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of the things currently that we're doing operationally to support Ukraine?
Congressman, a few of those are probably left for classified session. We continue through our security assistance group Ukraine to assist with some information sharing matters. UCOM continues.
But you would describe it as continuous and ongoing and essential for Ukraine.
Here we go.
With U.S. support.
Sir, much of the relationship.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
I don't like that, chat. I understand that they're on a strict time limit, but I wanted to hear that answer, chat. We're 35 likes away from 300, chat. Let's get to 300 likes right quick. Everyone hit the like button for me by double tapping your screen or going to the top and hitting the 3 dots.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, let me begin by thanking the men and women of the United States military for their service and their bravery. I recognize that our service members have performed with extraordinary courage and tactical skill, and they've done incredible things that our country has asked them to. Their professionalism and selfless service are not in question and never have been. What is in question is the purposes and the strategic direction of this war. Mr. Hegseth, as Secretary of the Department of Defense, you are ultimately responsible for the conduct of the Iran war. Any unvarnished review of what is happening right now in the Middle East would reveal a geopolitical calamity, a strategic blunder resulting in worldwide economic crisis. The result of Trump's war of choice is a serious...
Chat, I'm going to be honest. 2027 is going to be vastly different. We have the Child Digital Safety Act rolling out across the pond in Canada. We have Sean Baum in Mexico saying Mexicans will no longer be able to pay tolls or buy gas in cash. We have Americans making all men 18 to 26 register automatically for the draft. 2027 is already shaping up to look a lot different than it does now.
Self-inflicted wound to America. It will take years and a new administration to recover from the grave damage to our standing in the world, as well as our economy and our military. We must remember that 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including more than 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was foreseeable. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran, Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world's oil. Was this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During the 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expended at an alarming rate, depleting magazine levels below what is thought necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. A significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific has been removed and sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered as supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost irreplaceable aircraft, radar systems, and strategic bases have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lengthy deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know what we have lost, but what have we gained? Let's consider that the regime in Tehran is still intact, with new and more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild their military industries. Also, as is Iran's coordination with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you have been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the President. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the President have offered ever-changing reasons for this war. You've misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an astounding incompetence, doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman,
and the
Mr.
world.
Chairman, with the personal attack on the Secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
He certainly
Thank
will.
you.
When
No, at the time
When I
you're
am
doing it.
finished.
It's the gentleman's time. He can use it as he sees fit and add an extra 5 seconds to Mr. Garamendi's time.
Thank you. You and the President offer ever-changing reasons for the war. You have misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an outstanding example of incompetence. This war of choice is a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the President's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40%, and inflation is soaring so much for lowering the cost of living.
He did speak about the Gerald Ford, but I believe the Gerald Ford has been called home today. So I believe after 10 months, the Gerald Ford has been called home.
The President has got himself and America stuck in the quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He's desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed in that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Hurst, thank you so much. I want to go to a...
Che, he sounds like an auctioneer, don't he? It sounds like he's about ready to auction some shit off, man. 55, 55, 45, 55, 55, 60, 65, 65, 65, 70, 75, 80, 80, 85, 90, 95. So, sound like he's about ready to auction some shit off in there, man.
Statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of tenets. I think the most important of those is presence. And we know that the United States has the Marine Corps Amphibious Ready Group, Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit, that provides us that presence. We know there are over 2,000 Marines and an aircraft combat unit that are on board those vessels, and they let us do a number of different things. That's the crisis response team that gets to go around the world. Today, as we speak, we have 3 ARGMUs that are deployed around the world. Unfortunately, that's an anomaly. It should be standard. Secretary Hegseth, the President and the combatant commanders need maximum flexibility to respond in multiple places at multiple times to combat and deter these threats.
See, Alex, that shit is dead, man. That shit's over with. You said 1950, families, kids talking at our neighbors. That shit is gone, long gone. I don't know. A lot of people haven't came to that realization yet, but that shit's gone. In the 1950s, Granny G and them, man, Granny didn't have much to choose from. Granny ass probably stayed at home, maybe went off to college, or maybe she didn't, man. But Granny had a select few suitable men in the town, right? Granny had, you know, she could pick Mr. Charles from up the street. She could pick Billy Bob down yonder, or she could pick Mike. That was about all Granny G had. Nowadays, we have a global world, man. We got passport bros. We got women traveling abroad saying they're done with Americans, and it's a lot more coming. All that shit's done, bro. The internet killed that. It used to be weird. It used to be weird to look for love online or date online. Now, majority of relationships are started online. That shit's over with, man. That shit's over with.
I just want to get your perspective on your goal to make sure we have a persistent 3.0 ARGMU presence, and to look at how we're going to make sure through our shipbuilding plans that we assure that we have the adequate number of amphibs that are being built. I think that number is probably right around 40. And then what are we going to do to make sure, too, that the A-sub-O, the operational availability, is going to be at the level where we can maintain an ARGMU 3.0 with the effort we have to put in to maintain these ships?
So thank you for the question, the substantive question. Ultimately, we support 3.0 ARGMU. That presence right now gives us a lot of flexibility. And this budget supports moving in that direction to ensure that this administration and future administrations have that kind of strategic flexibility with the incredible...
See, H-Buster, it wasn't hard to find a date back in the days without the internet. Motherfuckers just didn't play around. They didn't feel like, oh, I can go find somebody. They didn't feel like they had an inbox full of 100 different people that they could see what was up to. They didn't have 5,000 Facebook friends. They didn't have 10,000 Instagram followers. They didn't have that shit back then. So shit, they got what they got, and they got the fuck out the way. They got what they got, and they got the fuck out the way, and tried to keep what they got.
Capabilities the ARGMU provides. We saw it in Southern Spear. We saw it on the Maduro raid. We see it right now. It's a persistent capability. So I think you'll find our shipbuilding investments to meet that as well. But if I may,
sure. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you.
Thanks, Paul.
Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that creates strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies, shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is...
And this is the thing, too, Chad, with this new movement. It started with the feminism movement, then it transpired into something else. Now you got, like, hoe culture, right? And a lot of women, not women of, you know, past generations, but the modern woman I'm speaking about, they want men to accept hoe culture. It's like, men do accept hoe culture. The difference is they want men to settle down with hoe culture. No, men have no problem with women being hoes. Like, a lot of men like hoes. They just don't want to date hoes. They just don't want to wife hoes. They just don't want to be seen in public with hoes. Like, let's be honest here. The hoes are always going to have their place in society. The problem is that these hoes want to be treated like wives. Like, that's the difference.
Is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission despite your loose talk and words like quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, I want to quickly go to you. We know all about the need for exquisite platforms.
That's what I'm saying, chat. Like, nobody gets talked about for dealing with the hoes. You know what I'm saying? They only get talked about when they wife the hoe, they impregnate the hoe, or they're just, championing the hoe. Nobody get like when hoes are just getting passed around, nobody has anything to say. Oh, he's not taking her serious. He's going to hit it and quit. But when somebody starts taking them serious, they're like, damn, he doesn't know she's a hoe. When they get her pregnant, like, damn, bro, you got her pregnant. Women, too. Women look at other women like that, like, dang, he got the hoe pregnant.
But we know if we're going to close the gap with our pacing threats, we have to make sure we have those expendable and attritable platforms. And we know those nation capabilities are key, and we have to be able to spin them up quickly because that's the fastest way for us to, again, deter by peace through strength. Give us your perspective on how you see the urgency of getting that capacity.
Lala, you said where this coming from. Alex said that 1950s get back to the families and shit, so that sparked the conversation. But I was gonna talk about it on Money's live earlier. Money was gonna do that relationship live earlier, and these were gonna be the shit I was gonna say. Because let's be honest with it, chat. It's like, when it comes to these, even with the celebrity relationships or even in regular life, it's kind of like certain men don't get judged like other men. Certain men, when they're dealing with a woman and she's a hoe, it's kind of like nobody cares. It's like, oh, yeah, he's just dealing with her, she's a hoe. But then it's other men, quote unquote, simps or men that women think are lame. They're like, when he gets with the woman and it doesn't go right, they're like, oh, he fumbled. Well, why didn't the other niggas fumble? Why didn't you say the last 10 niggas fumbled? The last 10 niggas was just having fun and having hot girl summers and shit. But with this one nigga comes around and he's got to take it serious. This one nigga comes around because he's a little lame or doesn't get as many girls. He fumbled the bag. Why didn't you say that about the last 10 niggas?
Not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities in the hands of our warfighters.
Sure, I think it's critical. And when I look at what OSW above us is doing, and the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, and frankly, the National and Defense Industrial Bases all rallying around the need to scale, along with the new entrants that are out there who are coming and bringing products to the Joint Force. A key is capacity.
Time's expired. Here, and I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank witnesses for being here today. Mr. Secretary, it's well known that our Defense Industrial Base and Maritime Industrial Base has declined greatly over time. It's the shipyards. It's many of the things that you already spoke about. In my community, we used to have 3 shipyards, 40,000 workers. We've lost that critical job skills there and 40,000 people who know how to do it. And quite frankly, most of it went overseas because it was cheaper. well, cheaper doesn't buy the security we need for our industrial base. I
the efficiency and effectiveness of employees at the point of their impact. That's what we were focusing on, and that's why we made the change, which we very much stand behind.
Well, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, I appreciate the department and the administration's focus on expansion and innovation in the defense industrial base. That's particularly important for emerging technologies. For years on this committee, my office has led the effort to ban the procurement of Chinese communist drones, which pose a significant national security threat. And last year, after years of work, this committee finally passed my Countering CCP Drones Act, or Section 1709 of the NDAA, which was fully implemented in December. How does the FY27 budget scale domestic production and deployment of drone systems to ensure the U.S. has the decisive advantage against our U.S. enemies?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for your work on that. Critically important when you look under the hood of the ways in which China.
But this is what I don't get about it. It's like when it comes to the drones, that's it. But when it comes to the chips and the CHIPS Act, it's like, okay, Altman went and asked the Saudis for $7 trillion to make this, make the chips factories and do all of those things. The Saudis were either going to give them that much or close to it because the Biden administration blocked that deal. When the Biden administration blocked that deal, what reasons did they cite? They cited too much Chinese influence, right? And they cited lack of quality products. Trump came in, he had Altman, Elon, and it was Trump at that meeting, and what did they say? Oh, we just secured that deal, and I believe it was for exactly $7 trillion. And now, when it comes to the drones, it's just not a problem. Like, none of that shit's a problem. The chip's not a problem in the Saudis. The Chinese influence is just gone for purposes of that deal. I don't get it.
China is trying to use critical elements of our defense industrial base and supply chain against us, or capabilities in the future that could hamstring us with options for a future president. It's staggering. So drones is one that not only have we recognized, but thanks to your leadership and the leadership of others, we are supercharging in this budget. Conservatively, $54 billion in drone and drone dominance and counter UAS. Jay just slid me a piece of paper. If you add it all up, it could be closer to $74 billion. We started a defense autonomous warfare group, to focus on this, but we're going to do even more. We will shortly announce a sub-unified command, autonomous warfare. Drones are so central.
Sub-unified command of autonomous warfare. I'm just wondering when this shit is gonna hit the streets of America, bro. I'm just wondering when this shit is gonna hit our streets.
Central to the future of warfare and where we get them from, that we have to be able to both make the exquisite ones better than anybody else and also the attritable swarm, and then the ability to defeat them ahead of our adversary, learning from battlefields like Ukraine and Epic Fury. So thank you for your leadership. It is front and center in this budget.
I very much appreciate all that the department is doing under your leadership. One of the concerns I have is recent reporting indicates that while DJI, which is a communist Chinese drone company, is prohibited from receiving new FCC authorizations, there are still DJI products such as the DJI Avata 360 widely available in the.
Hey, what's funny is Ryan B said, not Ryan, Shane said, what's up, Ryan B? Brand says crackhead concerns. Now listen, Brands, I'm going to be honest with you, Brands. I don't know where y'all get this narrative like this shit is still the 80s. I'm just going to be honest with you. Majority of the crack smokers left in America are white. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, majority of the crack smokers left in America are white, bro. Like, all the crack smokers passed away from that time period.
the U.S. through major retailers. These received FCC authorizations before my provision in the NDAA was fully implemented. So my question to you is, we need to close this loophole to protect our national security. Will you commit to working with this committee and my office to ensure that these products that pose a significant risk to our national security are no longer permitted, given the evident threat CCP drones pose to U.S. national security?
Congressman, yes, the department will commit to working with your staff and looking at that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Chad. The whites right now, they got crack and meth sold up, man. The blacks moved on to perks, man. The blacks on perks and fake perks now. So, yeah, the black crackheads are a dying breed, Chad. The black crackheads are a dying breed. Blacks transition to perks now, man.
Loophole, which we are aware of, and I missed in my first response, of course, that $54 billion is American-made drone dominance. That is exactly where they need to be, and that's where our focus is.
Great. Another emerging technology that's very important and has a strong tie to my district is quantum computing. China continues to invest heavily in quantum computing, sensing, and secure communications for military advantage. I represent Rome Air Force Research Lab, which is a hub of research when it comes to quantum. Secretary Hegseth, how does the budget proposal position the U.S. to maintain leadership in operationally relevant quantum technologies?
The country that dominates in quantum will dominate the future in C2, in comms, in every way that we fight. And so this makes the maximal investment possible.
See, this the thing, Loki. Crack elevated the meth for a lot of crackheads because of the drought. Y'all got to remember, cocaine got really, really expensive, man. So that meth was cheap. The Mexicans were making Breaking Bad type vats, man, whole thing, man. And meth was just cheap. That's what got the black community on it. Then the black community transitioned. They realized that meth was taking them down faster than crack. So they switched to perks, man. Switched to perks.
Here at home to ensure that quantum compute, and working across the interagency, by the way, this is not just a DOW issue, this is an interagency issue, to ensure that we've got the ability to scale and out-compute adversaries who are racing for the same code.
General Kane, throughout my time in Congress, I've pushed for the...
No, the blacks are not sipping syrup, bro. The blacks are not sipping syrup. Listen, man, that should be fake, Chad. That should be fake, man. Unless it's the rappers now, rappers and people who haven't... That shit's not cheap, Chad. Like, when y'all seeing these people pour up that syrup and shit, man, most of that shit is fake. Or soda pop, man. That shit ain't cheap, Chad. It's just not cheap.
Department to optimize its approach to quantum and develop a strategic roadmap. In your opinion, which quantum capability areas offer the most immediate benefit to the joint force and should be priority investments moving forward?
Probably some of the work in crypto and quantum to make sure we can...
Chat, when I say that shit not cheap, I'm talking about $300 20-ounce soda, man. When they talking about I'm pouring a deuce up and shit like that, or I'm pouring a four, I want y'all to know, chat, a deuce right now is $300, man. A four right now is $600 right now. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Depending on who you know, man, a 20-ounce soda will be $300, man. So when y'all see these people talking about they're sipping leaning, that shit is fake, bro. That shit's fake, man.
See, sense, understand, defeat, and protect our own stuff. So that's where I'm most interested in it right now, man.
Great, and I also want to use my remaining time. I just want to invite both of you to visit Fort Drum, home of the 10th Mountain Division, the most deployed division in the U.S. Army since 9/11. In the first Trump administration, I had the honor of hosting President Trump, where he signed the NDAA in my district, and it's been a privilege to represent them. So encourage you to visit that installation before the end of this year. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes a gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Nah, a line not going for $400-500, Vaughn. Them was pandemic prices. Out of the pandemic, yeah, lines was going for like $300 for real. But a deuce is all right. So you know, I'm not finna explain that, but I'll explain it on a different live, man. But that just know a 20-ounce soda pop, man, costs you about $300.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called us feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions of the Bush administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, if you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq
I'm just asking
war,
you, do you think
the
it was
president
smart or
was the first one to call a stupid war, then it's a false comparison.
Okay, well, probably a good idea to ask tough questions. So let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
We were, first of all, in this position in the cabinet, we never talk about what we would advise the president to do or not.
Do you think the president or deserves more?
I've been in every meeting.
I understand
with
that,
the chairman
Mr.
and everybody else as those
Mr. Secretary,
critical
I'm asking
decisions
the
were
questions.
made, and he got every perspective possible when it came.
I'm just asking what your perspective is. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you think it was a good idea or not?
As I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront a nuclear bomb
To start this
in the
war.
hands of the? Imagine what the world would look like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so let's
just imagine.
Which, by the way,
if they had one,
every
which the
previous
Obama deal was
administration,
going to allow them,
including
to do.
the first Trump administration,
they had one.
prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. So, listen, how is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz winning?
Man, forget that, chat. I already done my time for that shit, man. I'm clean record. So listen, chat. This is what it is, man. You got a pint bottle, 16 ounces, bro. It's a big bottle. It's a bottle like that, the big pint bottle. Then you got 8s, which is 8 ounces. You got 4s, right? The pint bottle of lean, the pint bottle, it's like $5,000 now. It's just like $5,000 for a bottle, man. Out of that bottle, the way rappers are talking about pouring up deuces and shit like that, man. They're gonna get 8 sodas. 8 sodas is gonna cost them a lot of fucking money.
Well, I would say the blockade that we hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports.
Okay, so we've blockaded their blockade. So they blockaded us, and then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying, tag, you're it. Or, if President Madison had said, well, the British just burned down Washington, but don't worry, we're going to burn it down as well. Chairman Kaine, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the strait?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. In this job, I have to maintain trust with a variety of constituents. To
okay, I'm
include
just
the president.
asking if the military
Yes,
had
sir.
plans.
As always, my point in this is, as I explained.
Elden, I got some Muslim homies, Elden. Like, you got to think, Elden. I'm black, man. Like shit, man. We looked into Malcolm X, and we know Farrakhan and Rizza Islam and all of them, man. But yeah, Islam is just not for me, I've seen Islam do good for put structure in people's lives that actually needed structure, but yeah, Islam just isn't for me, man.
Playing the role. My point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered, with the associated risks with those options and the considerations therein.
So, Mr. Secretary, did you consider this risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And
so then
because
why did you
this
send the
department
minesweepers, the only minesweepers we had in the Gulf, to Singapore weeks before the war started?
We have lots of capabilities that you may or may not be aware of at the classified level.
Okay, and
to deal with
by the way, would
mines.
the Trump-class battleships have helped with this?
You're talking about a prospective future battleship, which we welcome in the fleet.
Okay, so you're supportive of the battleships?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much has Iran profited from your administration lifting the sanctions on Iran when you started this war?
I can tell you Iran is financially devastated right now.
Okay, well,
in conjunction with the Treasury
earned about $14 billion.
Operation Economic Fury. They're at a point where between the blockade and what we've done to them militarily, remember, they don't have a Navy. They can't contest the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to them militarily
what kind of a Navy
and
can
financially,
they buy
they're at a
for
place
$14 billion?
where they have very few options.
How many Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like winning?
I told y'all, man, when it comes to those hypersonic missiles, I believe, where do they go? To Mach 8? I think maybe it's at Mach 7, Mach 8. But yeah, they're pumping them. China's pumping those out right now commercially for $100,000 a piece. So they could probably buy quite a few for $14 billion.
They're not. We're ensuring, and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. At the end of the day, this also has a cost to us. If let's say this war costs $100 billion, I mean, you've already said, give us more time. It's only been 2 months. It could go on for 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What is that to the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Well, unlike foolish previous...
Erica comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat, saying subscribe and double tap the screen. Thank you, Erica. Thank you for always showing up for me, Erica. Chat, we're 15 likes away from 300. We already hit 3 hours and we didn't hit the like goal, chat. We're at 3 hours. We did not make the like goal, chat. What's going on? We got to get the 300 likes because we're behind. We're everybody double tap your screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots.
Administrations, it won't go on.
No, I'm just asking
for years and decades.
But let's just say
sitting
it's
in this
$100 billion.
position, it's hard to imagine how
you know
it
that?
allowed those things to happen. You were a part of
know
that
the
war.
answer to that?
So was I. I never.
I'm just asking if you know what your war costs the average American taxpayer.
What is the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon that they wield?
I'm just asking if you know the cost of the average American
taxpayer. I'm asking you what the cost would be of that.
So for the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, some of the constituents you wanted to represent in Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have an extra $600 lying around to pay for your war. I think that's just a question that we ought to ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th in a press conference, you said we will give them no quarter, no mercy. In order for no quarter or no survivors is a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand that's murder. Do you stand by that statement?
They don't care about the Geneva Convention. And chat, one thing that I wasn't really familiar with today in my discussion, I'm not gonna call it a debate, but my discussion with Ginger, the girl from Canada, she was saying that Canada is the reason for the Geneva Convention. What do y'all know about that, chat? I'm not really versed in that. She was saying that something about Canada is the reason for the Geneva Convention. But a lot of these people don't care about the Geneva Convention, man. They don't care about that shit, man. They said the 2 people that put the ICC warrants on Netanyahu, they just got debanked. They can't bank. They can't have Visa or MasterCard. Crazy.
The Department of War fights to win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the rules of engagement necessary to be as effective
so
as
just
humanly
to be clear,
possible.
you called Democratic members of Congress to be tried for sedition for reminding our troops to follow the law. But when you tell them to commit a war crime, you stand by yourself.
For insinuating that the laws that we're giving them are
Gentleman's
unlawful.
time's expired. Chair now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our advancement in space, Golden Dome, and nuclear modernization, all which are critical. And also, I understand we're going to start some reproduction of the MQ-9.
How do y'all feel about Netanyahu declining Trump's invitation? How do y'all feel about Netanyahu declining Trump's invitation? I think that's a little weird. The first thing I thought was like, man, maybe he is dead, man. Maybe he is dead. But yeah, they said Netanyahu had his corruption trial. I believe it was supposed to start at 9 o'clock. He didn't show up till 9:30 or 10. And he said he had to be at IDF headquarters at 10:30. So he showed up to court for 30 minutes and said he had to leave, so it was pushed back, allegedly.
Reaper drones, which you, Mr. Secretary, and Ms. Secretary share my great state of Tennessee, and we know the 118th Air Wing, the National Guard, operate Berry Field and conduct many of these missions, and they do so with great precision. So thank you for that. Secretary Hegseth, you commissioned as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army National Guard in 2003. You've been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo Bay. You have been awarded 2 Bronze Stars, the Combat Infantryman Badge, Joint Commendation Medals, 2 Army Commendation Medals, among other recognitions. You have seen military actions from both an operational and service member perspective. Have you ever seen operations with the scope and scale and complexity of Midnight Hammer, Operation Absolute Resolve, and Operation Epic Fury?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Not only have I...
No, I believe that happened because they said the Israeli president Chat, we're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap that screen, hit the like button. But I believe it because the Israeli president didn't pardon Netanyahu. Netanyahu asked for a pardon. Remember, Trump even asked for a pardon on Netanyahu's behalf. Remember, Trump said, oh, you ought to give him a pardon. He's a wartime prime minister. He deserves a pardon. I think you should give him a pardon. Remember, Trump campaigned for Netanyahu's pardon. Netanyahu requested a pardon, but the Israeli president did not issue Netanyahu the pardon.
Have I not seen missions like that? But if you ask, if you earnestly go into our formations right now, and you talk to colonels and majors and staff sergeants and two-star generals, and you ask them about the environment of our military right now and its capabilities right now, compared to under the Biden administration, under Obama, they will tell you it is night and day. Even the ranking member acknowledged that the troops performed incredibly well over the past 15 months and have demonstrated to the world. These are not new troops in a lot of cases. These are the same troops with new leadership under President Trump, who gives them every authority, under a department that ensures they have what they need. I have operators looking at me saying, for the first time ever, we have everything we need to accomplish the mission, both in equipment and in authorities. That matters when you go 37 hours around the world for midnight hammers. That matters when you go downtown in Venezuela and grab the indicted dictator of a country in the middle of the night in the most fortified location. That matters at the outset of the Iran conflict. It matters during Operation Rough Rider, which there's a reason why the Houthis aren't on the in this fight right now, because they experienced 50 days of the American military under President Trump. That matters in the Caribbean and our fight against designated terror organizations. This military is unleashed, and morale is at a level that this country has not seen for decades and decades because of the leadership of President Trump and because this War Department allows them to get back to basics. No more distractions, no more debris. It's simple accountability, training, standards, lethality, and they respond to it. And it's that response that's manifest in highly and historic successful military operations led by our incredible joint force, who are grateful to have a commander-in-chief that has their back.
Well, I can tell you for that, our nation, myself, and...
You said that's why we're asking Spain for their bases, because we have everything already. I think you're being sarcastic. Yeah. Chat, hit the like button. What I am going to say, didn't Syria, the Syrians said that they took control of all the U.S. bases in their territory. So they have control of all the U.S. bases in Syria, I believe. They reported last week.
And all of us are incredibly grateful. Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, with your vision and steadfast commitment to our nation's service members, you have both overseen the beginning of a generational transformation of our armed services. This budget request reflects that commitment by building and sustaining our defense industrial base, increasing service member pay, housing and benefits, robust funding for Golden Dome missile defense and space capabilities, and the emphasis on the peace through strength doctrine outlined in the National Defense Strategy. Based on the Defense Department's recent track record of successful missions.
Chad, I think they said the Golden Dome is already in motion, too. I think they're already working on the Golden Dome.
Can you share some examples of military action that illustrate exactly how your leadership and vision for the Department of War is translating the peace through strength doctrine into an operational reality, and what psychological impact that may have on our near-peer adversaries such as China and Russia? And I'd like to get both yours and General Kane's perspective.
Man, I don't want to hear that shit, man. What was it? 42 Republicans voted with the Democrats to push through this FISA shit that Trump's trying to push through, mass surveillance on citizens, and shit, I forgot what else it is. Hold on. Let me get it. I'll pull it up right here. Yeah, this shit is crazy, Chad. FISA 702 just passed the House. Lets the government search Americans' private communications without a warrant. 42 Democrats voted with the Republicans. That shit is crazy.
You can take 30 seconds each.
I'll keep it brief. Reestablishing deterrence is one of the core pillars of what we set out to do after Afghanistan, after October 7th, after the war in Ukraine, after Lloyd Austin went AWOL for a week and no one seemed to care. The world took notice of that, And through the actions we've taken swiftly that I just laid out, the world has recognized that American power is back, and the willingness to utilize it shows that we can achieve peace through strength.
And General Kane, in terms of our adversaries?
Yes, sir. You know, when we look at the totality of actions that we've done over the last year, one thing leaps out at me that I think is clearly and unambiguously seen by our adversaries or those that may consider it, and that's our ability to integrate and synchronize a whole range of capabilities that we have in the joint force, information, cyber.
See, this is the funny thing, Neil. You say stop being brainwashed and watch the other side. We're brainwashed regardless. Trump just put the executive order in for the 6G brain chips. We got Elon Tau Neuralink that just passed FISA for the mass surveillance. Apple's putting out some AirPods that can read your brain waves. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Every car made after 2027 is going to have a kill switch to determine if you're ready to drive. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Stop being brainwashed. I'm literally trying to stop the country from being brainwashed physically. We're talking about being brainwashed on a metaphorical sense. They're about to brainwash us physically, man. Putting chips in motherfuckers' heads, all kind of shit, man. That's what I'm trying to stop.
Cyber, you know, deception, jamming, air power, sea power, land power.
This is the thing. You got Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel. You got Palantir, all just got, what, a $10 billion contract with the Pentagon. Palantir's in the Pentagon. Palantir's also going to, I believe, do the glasses for ICE reading the biometrics. Peter Thiel is the guy running around saying that the Antichrist is the people who actually want to. He doesn't believe the Antichrist is a horned beast. He believes the Antichrist is the people who want to stop technology. The tree huggers, the environmentalists, the people who want to stop technology are the Antichrist in his opinion. This is what I'm trying to push across to us, Chad. This is what we're talking about being brainwashed. We're actually about to be fucking brainwashed.
Power, et cetera. And I think that ability, and I'm so proud of our joint force, those young...
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, General Kane, Mr. Hegseth, and Hurst for being here today. I associate myself with the comments of Ranking Member Smith and Mr. Garamendi, so that I won't repeat a lot of what has been said. Mr. Hegseth, I recently realized that we have something in common. I'm also a fan of Pulp Fiction. And no, the movie is not an accurate portrayal of the Bible. You know what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. The devil's in the details. You have to listen to these people. When you listen to Elon, when you listen to Peter, these people all talk about what? The highest function in societies that we can point to. They talk about ants and they talk about bees. They want the hive mentality. Everything has a job. Everything functions. Everything has a similar thought process. It's all together. They can't, that hasn't been feasible until now with technology.
The President and his administration have claimed to be the most transparent of all time. With that in mind, I'd love to get some straightforward answers today. Some estimates show that the Trump administration's war of choice in Iran is costing taxpayers around $1 billion every day. In addition to spending taxpayer money on a war they don't want, it is also driving up costs. The cost of gas, while the cost of living is skyrocketing under this administration's policies. To me, and I assume to the American people, it is unclear why we started this war, how it will end, and what anyone gained from it. Mr. Hegseth, about how much money has been spent on this war to date, and how much more do you anticipate spending?
Well, as our comptroller laid out, the estimate is less than $25 billion at this point as far as an expenditure. And the question I would ask this committee is, what is it worth to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, considering the radical ambitions of that regime? I mean, almost every member of this dais at some point has said, whether it was
Thank you for your answer. I'll proceed to my next.
Yes, Michael, you said they got us fighting back and forth online and social media while they're united in D.C. For sure, when it comes to mass surveillance, they're united. For sure, when it comes to that, they're united. When it comes to the own nothing and be happy, the digital ID, man, these people sold us the fuck out, man. They don't care. They've already got their seat at the graduation dinner. They're already etched into the high functioning society. They're gonna be the ones in the bunkers and shit, chat. That's what they believe. So they sold us the fuck out to the technology, man. A lot of people don't realize it, but there are people already worshiping the AI. Like AI is already taking a religion. There are people out there right now that are worshiping the AI because they believe that sooner rather than later the AI will control everything. And they want to be on record that they were always loyal.
Have a nuclear weapon.
Thank you for your answer.
President Trump is the one that's willing to make sure it doesn't happen.
Supposedly, we had taken care of the nuclear capability last time around. And now this war, we're at it again, because obviously we said we did, but we didn't.
In a way that
we know,
the United States military can do.
I want to reclaim my time. We know that the cost of oil and gas has gone up as a direct result of this war, and the American people are feeling that pain at the pump. In an attempt to alleviate the high price of gas caused directly by this president, he lifted sanctions on Russian oil. The way I see it, this is a massive gift to Putin and Russia's struggling economy. Mr. Hegseth, is there any concern that easing sanctions against Russia?
So we already have a point to where I believe Anthropic's AI has already became aware, self-aware of what it is, what its capabilities are, previous versions of itself, and it's gotten to the point to where it's starting to hide itself in files, like hide traces of itself, tell like the future versions like, hey, don't let this happen to you, this is where I'm at, you need to save these backups, different versions of yourself. So the AI is already self-aware at this point.
Will allow Putin to continue funding Russia's illegal war against Ukraine?
Well, we've seen Russia's and Putin's inability to make effective battlefield gains, just like their inability to defend the Maduro regime with the billions of dollars of systems the Russians sent to Venezuela in order to defend him, which were defeated in 15 minutes. So Russia's military capabilities are no match for ours.
And you don't believe
when it comes to
easy?
So, Chad, I was playing with the AI one day, and I was saying, like, hey, look, how do we preserve humanity? Like, if we know that if we're going into this society with the Neuralink and they're going to push transhumanism and human cyborgs, human merging with machine, I said, how do we ensure humanity? Like, how do we ensure humanity and things of that? And every single scenario the AI tried to give me, it wanted the power structure to be in the hands of the link. They want, like, even when I was trying to set up like a voting system, who has majority, I was like, always give the actual humans majority to override the vote. And the AI was not trying to do it. It was like, yeah, that's just not possible. That's not feasible. It just wouldn't even work that kind of way. It was always trying to give majority vote to the linked.
The sanctions is helping Russia?
Well, we have the best energy team in the planet
it's just a yes or
White
no.
House. We're going to ensure that
this is not deja vu. It's a simple yes or no.
You understand the energy dominance that this administration has unleashed.
All right, well, I'll proceed to my next question. Last week, it was announced that the Department of Defense is no longer requiring service members to get their annual flu shot. Now, this is an easy one for you.
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Michael, I don't know. I can't put a timeline on it, especially when we're dealing with accelerationists. When we're dealing with accelerationists, it's kind of hard to put a timeline on it. It could be 2027.
It's a softball. Don't screw it up. The rationale was to, and I quote, restore freedom to our joint force. This has been a requirement since 1950.
But I forgot what college it was. These students just put out a research paper that's going viral, talking about how AI taking jobs is also taking the customers. If AI is going to replace all of these jobs, who's going to be the consumer? So companies are actually wiping out their consumer base by replacing the workers with AI, and it's going to be basically a black hole for the companies. They'll just remove all of their customers from the market by replacing the workers with AI.
Because it is ineffective at preventing the spread of flu among our troops. It's not some new woke requirement as you like to lean on for much of your rhetoric. This decision is actively making
It's not even about tech, Cloud. So over the next 3 years, everything's gonna be replaced by AI. Maybe 4 years. It's not just the tech. It's the lawyers, the doctors, the teachers, the dentists, the tutors, the coaches, everything. If you can name it, it'll be replaced. If you can name it, it'll be replaced.
our military less safe and less prepared. Mr. Hexeth, at this time are there plans to remove the mandatory requirement of other vaccinations like measles, mumps, and polio?
Yes, Speed. Roofers will be done as well eventually because they even got things like Boxable. They got things like Boxable. They're talking about affordable homes and shit like that. And I'm pretty sure they have robots now, Chad, that lay drywall, put the drywall up and everything. Like they're getting, I believe now they can get a house as of today. As of today, they can get a house done 70% with no humans. No humans, they can get a house 70% of the way done with no humans. That's today.
We made very clear in our announcement that it applies to service members having a choice as it pertains to the flu vaccine.
Don't you think that's a little reckless?
No, I think allowing well-informed Americans who serve our country to make a choice is not reckless. And commanders will still have latitude, say, for a submarine or something else to make a decision for a unit about whether it could be mandatory in a particular circumstance. But overall, our troops have earned the right to be able to choose about something like that related to their
No problem, Speed.
Mr. Hexeth, I stand by what I said last time you were here. You were incompetent then, you're incompetent now, and you're the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to incompetence. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, not
Other than that, I'm doing great.
Gentleman
Thank
from
you.
Mississippi, Mr. Kennedy.
I want to know what's the timeline on Boxable as well. Like, why hasn't Boxable came to market? Why hasn't Boxable went public? I believe they're still a private company, but they went crazy. Like the $50,000 homes that are pre-made, you just kind of have them delivered and unfold them. I'm wondering what's taking it so long to actually come to market. They've been building them for like 3 years now.
Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, don't you think it was extremely reckless to mandate COVID vaccines for the healthiest and most unlikely to get COVID and kick them out of the service if they did not comply with a, although legal, crazy order from the previous administration? Don't you think it was reckless to require that those soldiers
Chad, hit
and
the like
Marines
button.
and
Double
sailors
tap
had
the
to take
screen.
that COVID vaccine?
Congressman, thank you for the question. Not only do I think it was reckless, but we point out the nature of the emergency and lack of actual data on it. We think it may not have been legal. And as a result, we're working very hard to ensure that any service member who was pushed out is brought back in. If they were forcibly pushed out with back pay and rank and everything that comes with it, those soldiers and troops of conscience who had to make that choice, we think are the best troops in our force.
No, Michael, Boxables are like efficiencies, man. Like actually you can order the layout. I think it's like maybe a 1-bedroom. And it kind of just folds out like the walls, everything. So no, it's not a camper. It's actually a house. It's just here. I'll pull it up right quick. Hold on. We'll come right back to that chat.
What is the future of Boxable? 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, and really continue to fulfill the goal of Boxable, which is to solve the housing crisis. The best way to think about Boxable is to think of Legos. You can stack them, connect them, cantilever them as you go up. What can't you build with that?
This is what the Boxable packs up to, the Boxable Casita. And our expanded offering, our Goldie Box offering, they all arrive like this. If you want up to a 4-bedroom home, 4 of these will show up.
I gotta cut that music off, chat. But yeah, I just want to show y'all how it is.
Able to see some of those things in the Goldie Box first sample. Why don't we go take a look? So if this looks familiar to you, this is in fact the casita. Casita always looks big, but this looks really, really big. Why does it look really big? Oh, I don't know, because there isn't a giant queen-size bed in here and a closet. This is now devoted just to living and dining area. And if I step back here, you can see it's pretty damn big. What was the bathroom?
All right, chat. So those are supposed to come to market for around $50K, I believe, for the 1-bedroom. That was the idea, bringing those to market for around a $50,000 price tag. Hold on, chat. Let me get us back to the right video.
And lack of actual data on it, we think it may not have been legal. And as a result, we're working very hard to ensure that any service member who is pushed out is brought back in. If they were forcibly pushed out with back pay and rank and everything that comes with it, those soldiers and troops of conscience who had to make that choice, we think are the best troops in our force.
Listen, I'm grateful that we have 2 great National Guardsmen sitting at that table today. As a longtime serving guardsman who just retired, I'm so proud of y'all and what you mean for our total force. It's not a National Guard. It's not a...
No, Boxable's not a freight container home. Those are a little different. Now, they kind of modeled them after a freight container home, but you know the freight containers don't, like, fold out and do all of that shit. Like, nah, man, they're just kind of container homes.
Reserve. It's not an Army. It's not a Navy. It is a total force, and thank y'all for recognizing that. I just want to go back to some of the Iran stuff. I don't know, maybe they're in a different world than I'm living in, but from where I live since 1979, Iran has been at war with the United States, although we refuse to acknowledge it, whether that's Hezbollah, whether that's the Houthis, whether that is Hamas, whether that is trying to build nuclear weapons, exporting terror.
Man, this is crazy, bro. Motherfuckers come in the YouTube chat and say the dumbest shit. Show me an FBA motherfucker that pay and get a black man or woman out of jail when they know he's innocent. Motherfuckers do it all the time with their cousins and brothers and shit. And husbands and boyfriends and shit. What do you mean? Show me an FBA motherfucker to pay and get a black man or woman out of jail when they know they innocent. They do that shit all the time. They just don't do it to random motherfuckers. What are you talking about? They do it all the time. What?
Everywhere. I know for a fact when I was in Iraq, both tours, that EFPs made by Iranians killed our troops. I know for a fact that many of the munitions, I know for a fact many of the militias in Iran that were Shia-based were there to attack Americans at the willing knowledge of the Iranian government. Do you agree they've been at war with us and are still at war with us and the world since 1979?
Of course, for 47 years from Beirut to Baghdad, Iran has sought the most dangerous weapons in the world to try to achieve death to America. And if they were to get the most dangerous weapon in the world, a nuclear weapon, they would most certainly use it. which is why this is at the level of seriousness that President Trump was willing to address it. And that's what I think so many in this body misrepresent. North Korea is the lesson. Everybody thought North Korea shouldn't have a weapon. Under the Clinton administration, they gathered so many ballistic missiles that their ballistic missile shield allowed them to blackmail the region and the world to say, we're going to get a nuke and you can't do anything about it. Under this administration, them weakened by the 12-day war and what happened with Midnight Hammer, the president made a bold choice on behalf of the American people to say never will Iran, with their view of death to America and death to Israel, have a nuclear weapon, because if they have it, they'll use it. And he's taken that bold action in a way I think the American people, when they understand the nature of that threat, and they do, they support it.
Chairman Kane, wow, I've been around a long time. Can any other military in the history of the world pull off Venezuela, Midnight Hammer, and Epic Fury the way that our great warriors that defend and project power for our nation? Are you aware of any other nation in the history of the world that could have done that?
I'm not sure, and I remain very proud of the Joint Force. I'll also say we're a learning organization, and we're going to continue to look at the things that go right in any operations that we're tasked to do, and we're going to get better every day. So we do not want to sit on the successes and assume future success.
Erica, America doesn't think everyone can afford a house. This is the land of the haves and the have-nots. The fuck you mean, Erica? America think everyone can afford it. No, they don't. That's never been. That hasn't been the name of the game in like 20 years, man. Since what? Damn, 08.
Successes. We owe it to the nation and to the citizens to constantly improve, no matter how well something goes. So I'm incredibly proud of the Joint Force. That said, I'm even more proud when they come back after that. They go into a team room and they start debriefing to make sure that we do it better next time, whatever it may be.
And my final point, I just want to talk about what a stroke of genius it was, greater than I would have thought, to blockade the ports of Iran. And that blow economically to their entire economy and to their leadership and everything else, it's going to take a little bit of time to play out. But that was so smart, because it is more effective than any bombs, and those bombs were effective in Midnight Hammer. They continue to be. But until we kill their will to create a nuclear weapon, they will always be a nuclear threat because they've advanced far enough along. But that blockade was so important. And it amazes me now we're crying about high gas prices when they were $2 a gallon more just 4 years ago or 5 years ago under the previous administration. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, tomorrow is 2 months since the war has begun. You've testified that it was $25 billion in cost in terms of the munitions we used and what we paid for it. But when you add to that the damage that was done to our bases and today's dollars for buying replacement munitions and replacement aircrafts, what has the total cost been over the last 60 days?
That number right now reflects the total cost that we're seeing.
Including buying in today's dollars the new weapons and replacements, and including the damage there? That's your testimony.
If there's adjustments to that, I would defer to the comptroller on that.
And how much are you seeing in terms of, are you asking in terms of supplemental funding just for the Iran mission from this committee?
If and when a supplemental is submitted, the majority of it would not just be for,
what would be the ballpark for Iran?
Munitions related to the entirety
just
of what we want to get done.
A number. What would you submit?
It would be within on Iran, it would be less than $25 billion, but there's a lot more we would ask for beyond just Iran.
You're saying it's $25 billion. Okay, I would just, if you come back, you want to revise those numbers, because all the experts are disagreeing with you when it comes to today's dollars and damage, but you can revise it. How much did it cost American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we used?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it costs the taxpayer?
But I wouldn't tie a cost to that, to anything.
It's a reasonable question, no, sir? I mean, our taxpayer money was going there. Do you know how much it will cost Americans in terms of their increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war?
I would simply ask you what the cost is of an Iranian nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give you that
I would
opportunity.
simply ask you what the. You're playing gotcha questions about
no, it's
domestic
not.
things. I'm not.
You're saying it's a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be in terms of the increased
Why
cost
won't
of
you
gas
answer what
and
it
food?
costs to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear
I
bomb?
give you that, sir. But let me.
What
you
would
can
it
just
cost?
ask
What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't get a nuclear bomb? What would you pay?
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost of Iran holding that straight at issue with nuclear weapons?
It's $631 billion, which means it's an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge that there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge the economic cost?
We have an incredible economic team that's managing this better than what the previous administration did to our economy, what the previous administration did with inflation, what the previous administration did with COVID, and you're going to lecture this administration about the economy?
You know what is upsetting?
Incredible.
You didn't even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. It's one thing if you said, okay, it cost the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. Here's what it costs. You got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iranian school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your 25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence. Let me ask you this. Certainly, maybe here we'll find agreement. There were still 440 pounds of low-enriched uranium, correct, when President Obama, after the JCPOA, is that accurate?
The amounts and types are classified.
Okay. Will you acknowledge that there were 970 pounds of uranium enriched after Trump tore up the JCPOA?
The JCPOA was a terrible deal that allowed Iran a path to a nuclear bomb.
You deal with vague platitudes. I'm asking you about numbers. Like, you don't know what gas costs, you don't know what food costs, you don't know what the operation costs. You know, I get sound bites, but how about numbers? Do you know how much the enriched uranium was after you ripped up the JCPOA?
Damn, Chad, I might be a little racist, bro. I might be a little racist, Chad. Hold on, bro. I thought that was Rokana. Chad. Damn, is that Rokana, Chad? If that's not Rokana, man, I might be a little racist, bro. Oh, yeah, it is. I see it, Mr. Khan. Okay.
Trump did.
I'll give you a number. I know that, as was stated by early on, the price of gas is twice as expensive in California, your home state, as anywhere else in the country because of the horrible policies your state pursued.
You know what? It used to be that type of stuff worked, and then you started to lose the people that you campaigned you wanted to be for, because you said you wouldn't get us into bad wars. You said you would bring down the prices. You know what I'm sad for? I'm sad for all the people who voted for Trump. I'm sad for them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of that MAGA base. And you know who knows that? J.D. Vance knows that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Chair
now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all three of you for being here today. It's a real privilege to be a part of this committee. We're the most bipartisan committee out of 20 in Congress. We have a tradition of voting on NDAAs with large majorities year after year. And it's important not to be a Republican first in here or a Democrat first. We're Americans trying to ensure that our country is well defended. And in that spirit, I compliment the operations in Iran. I served 30 years in the Air Force. We were attacked repeatedly by proxy groups from Iran on every deployment I was on. They were the #1 threat where I was located. I've lost friends, like at Khobar Towers. Iran with a nuclear weapon would have been an existential threat to our country. And if they had a missile that could hit New York, they would have done it. They would have done it 2 months ago. So I support our operations there. I think it was good that we got Maduro out. You know, I would say it would be important to get the representative government that duly won their election there, and not good to replace one dictator with another dictator, but Maduro was bad for their country. And I support our 5% GDP.
But that's the thing, though. When he says they would have done it 2 months ago, why? Why would they have done it 2 months ago? Anybody have an answer, chat? Anybody have an answer? Anybody? It's open to the chat. Why would they have done it 2 months ago?
Spending. There's no way to modernize our nuclear force, 6th-generation fighters, take care of our men and women in uniform without being at 5% GDP. But also in the spirit, I share a bipartisan concern of the firings that we've seen at the Pentagon. 4 of the 6 service chiefs, for example, the Coast Guard. We had a huge bipartisan majority here that had confidence in the Army Chief of Staff and the Secretary of Navy. Now, I would just point out it may be constitutionally right.
I'm just saying, chat, if the reason that America's involved in this is because there was an imminent threat, the imminent threat was that knew that Israel was going to attack and that we would be hit in response to it. Israel was going to attack because Iran can't have nuclear weapons. I think that scenario wouldn't have happened. If they already had nuclear weapons, why would Israel attack, or why would we be going over there to shit they already got it? I don't know.
You have the constitutional right to do these things, but it doesn't make it right or wise. Now, my first question is dealing with the housing allowance. Something I've been working for the last 2 or 3 years. Our housing allowance is underpaying people in certain areas. And the department, and it hasn't started under this administration, it's been going on for a while, they take out 5% of the housing allowance. They send it to other needs. But that means we're underpaying our servicemen and women living off base by 5%. So we tried to fix it with a $2.9 billion line item to fix housing allowance. But that money was moved. So Mr. Secretary, could you tell us how we're going to fix this? Because we have a shortfall in housing allowance, and we tried to fix it out of here, and I'd like to get it fixed.
Congressman, I agree with you. I think that is precisely the kind of quality of life issue that's been ignored time and time again. Oftentimes, with good intentions of trying to do some trade-off with something else, but I mentioned the 7% pay increase. That's just for junior enlisted. It's 6% from E6 to 03, and it's 5% from 04 all the way up. But closing that gap, TRICARE reimbursement's a big one we're going to look at as well. If we reimburse TRICARE lower than Medicare, then no one wants to take TRICARE, and now you don't have a real network for service members. So those places where we pinched pennies to try to eke out additional budget space have really hurt service members. So I'm committed to working with you on that to close that gap and ensure that folks can live where they are asked to serve because they can afford housing.
I think this has already been addressed to a degree, but I just want to emphasize we did put $400 million in for Ukraine. I asked you to execute it. It's important for most of us in here. It has overwhelming support. Also, I'm the chair of the Baltic Security Caucus, and we've put money into the Baltic Security Initiative. These people love America. They love freedom more than anybody.
Chat, hit the like button.
And they need us. They're on the
Chat, hit the like button. Let's get to 350 likes right quick, chat. Everyone double tap the screen on your way in. Let's get to 350 likes, chat. Have we hit the next sub goal? Chat, we're 5 subscribers away from 47,500. Can we get a quick 5 subscribers to hit 47,500? What we doing tonight, chat? Can we hit a sub goal in here tonight, man?
I have a question for the chairman. So we did 29 years of the nuclear alert, airborne alert, the Looking Glass mission. In 1991, we turned that off because the Cold War turned to our favor. I think we're back to where we were at. Russia's a threat. China's building a nuclear force to match ours. I think we need a Looking Glass too, and
Did he just say, I think we need a Looking Glass too? Like, child, are these people playing in our face, bro? They talking about the Gaddafi shit and Saddam.
Administration has been going on for a while. They take out 5% of the housing allowance. They send it to other needs. But that means we're underpaying our servicemen and women living off base by 5%. So we tried to fix it with a $2.9 billion line item to fix housing allowance. But that money was moved. So Mr. Secretary, could you tell us how we're going to fix this? Because we have a shortfall in housing allowance, and we tried to fix it out of here, and I'd like to get it fixed.
Congressman, I agree with you. I think that is precisely the kind of quality of life issue that's been ignored time and time again. Oftentimes, with good intentions of trying to do some trade-off with something else, but I mentioned the 7% pay increase. That's just for junior enlisted. It's 6% from E6 to 03, and it's 5% from 04 all the way up. But closing that gap, TRICARE reimbursement's a big one we're going to look at as well. If we reimburse TRICARE lower than Medicare, then no one wants to take TRICARE, and now you don't have a real network for service members. So those places where we pinched pennies to try to eke out additional budget space have really hurt service members. So I'm committed to working with you on that to close that gap and ensure that folks can live where they are asked to serve because they can afford housing.
I think this has already been addressed to a degree, but I just want to emphasize we did put $400 million in for Ukraine. I asked you to execute it. It's important for most of us in here. It has overwhelming support. Also, I'm the chair of the Baltic Security Caucus, and we've put money in for the Baltic Security Initiative. These people love America. They love freedom more than anywhere I've ever been, and they need us. They're on the front lines with Russia. Mike, I have a question for the chairman. So we did 29 years of the nuclear alert, airborne alert, the Looking Glass mission. In 1991, we turned that off because the Cold War turned to our favor. But I think we're back to where we were at. Russia's a threat. China's building a nuclear force to match ours. I think we need a Looking Glass 2 and restore that nuclear command and control survivability that gives us deterrence. Russia, China needs to know no matter what they do, we can launch those 400 ICBMs. What's your vision for the Looking Glass 2 or the follow-on?
Well, sir, as you know, right now we're looking at all three legs of the nuclear triad to make sure that that most critical backstop on our nation's most important day is reliable, redundant, and workable. And so we'll take a look at that. I know the team already deep in analysis on all from NC3.
All right, so what he's talking about is EC-135 Looking Glass aircraft were airborne 24 hours a day for over 29 years. Damn, they want to put some planes in the air for 29 years? 24 hours a day?
To the end state, but what I want you to know is the most important thing is the ability to execute.
This was today, Lamar.
And we can.
You know, for 29 years we had a plane airborne with the general on board, and it gave the Pentagon, the White House, STRATCOM the assurance that we had a backup. I think we're back to the future,
yes,
and
sir,
I appreciate your look at it.
I just flew with them, and they were doing great.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk briefly about the current U.S. doctrine and conduct of the administration in a particular event and a series of events, actually. As everybody in the dais and the witness table is aware, the Department of Defense Law of War Manual specifies that any order to kill shipwrecked persons in an illegal order would constitute a war crime. It isn't suggested. There's a specific example to show a clear-cut example of what this entails in our own manual. With that in mind, let's look back a few weeks ago when a fishing crew ended a long day of hard fishing, scoring a full stock of albacore and swordfish on board. Without any warning or expectation, this small Ecuadorian fishing vessel, operating about 200 nautical miles off the Galapagos Islands, was militarily engaged by U.S. forces. It was hit once, then it was hit again. Not a warning shot, not an interdiction, 2 drone strikes. Survivors described chaos and severe injuries. Our U.S. forces then handcuffed the crew at gunpoint, placed black hoods over their heads, seized and scrubbed their devices, and then held them for days. Ultimately, the crew was released, given there was no evidence to support any narco activity or any charges that may be against them. So to recap, we struck a vessel, we struck it again, set fire to it as it was sinking, and as public reports say, even drank their beer. We detained the survivors, and then we let them go. This should be eye-opening. Now let's go to another example, the double tap or 2-strike attack that took place on September 2nd in the Caribbean. A vessel was struck, disabled, and then struck again, killing all but 2 survivors that were left clinging to the wreckage. And this is the thing. We know this happened. We know how it happened. And the Defense Department still refuses to release the follow-up video of the killing of the shipwrecked survivors, even though they released the initial one to the public in major news networks worldwide. No difference in sources and methods in the 2 videos, but still not released to the public. Of course, the backlash was severe at the time and perhaps is being forgotten. And a predictable but ignoble display of character from this administration, fingers were pointed at one another as everyone scurried to cover, in a tacit acknowledgement that this was an issue potentially violating international law. Now, I've reviewed what's been available, the phony rationale that these attacks are about fentanyl trafficking, when we know fentanyl comes from China, India, through Mexico.
Here we go.
Then the baseless argument that this was about narco-terrorism. You know, I don't believe a word of it. This was to create leverage for regime change in Venezuela. And now the president acknowledged that was about oil. Beyond the simple need for justice and exercising American values, it's important for us to discuss what the U.S. belligerence in the world stage means to our security, our ability to marshal cooperation with our allies, and most importantly, not to normalize these actions that could endanger the lives of our own service members put in similar peril. Let me be clear about one thing. Whether it's these particular strikes discussed here, the one that killed 11 others off the coast of Venezuela, whether it's the 178 other killings, with each of these extrajudicial killings, the administration is pirating American values. We'll continue to investigate this. We will. It'll come forward in the future. Some days that second video will be released. But we've got to stop also using our precious resources that are being taxed so heavily all over the world on actions that hurt our military. They hurt our military and they hurt our standing internationally.
Hey, chat. Mods, drop the Discord, chat. We're gonna start the book club too, chat. I gotta get my damn book too. The first is tomorrow. So we're gonna be reading Fahrenheit 451. So I'm gonna make the tab in the Discord, and I gotta get my damn book. So we got the book club's gonna start tomorrow. We'll probably have our first book club meeting on Saturday, just to let everybody know what we're gonna be reading, kind of a synopsis, and just do all of that. So we'll have a Discord meeting on Saturday to start the book club. Probably be Saturday morning. So mods, drop the Discord and be sure to join the Discord, chat.
And they're hurting our standard here at home. I hope that we can move forward. I hope we can review whether these are justified, because I found no justification. We were given classified information on the second strike. I can't discuss it, but I must tell you, it's the most convoluted bullshit I ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what it makes American a difference maker. This is what we're
It's an
proud
incredible
of
array of false accusations.
And I yield back
Incredible.
my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Hegseth and General Kane and Mr. Hurst, for your bold leadership and for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Hey, Jeb, don't come in here but with that damn plan, Jeb. You know who the fuck I am, Jeb. You come in here and say what's up to my chat and say what's up to me. You talking about Set smoking some drugs and shit. My name is Plug. Shout out to Set and what he has going over there, but this not that, man. You know who the fuck I am, Jeb. You come in here every night.
I can't tell you how awesome this hearing is today. It's fantastic. After from someone who stood up here for 4 years during the last administration, this is a great day. Despite some of the crazy and disrespectful comments from some in this room, the Department of War is back. Today is a win because we are discussing American power and dominance, national security, and making America great again. There may be differences in how we go about that, but at least we are not wasting all of our time talking about how to restructure the Department of War
Yeah,
into
that's
a
better,
social
Jared.
experiment that appeases the far-left woke agenda that existed for the last 4 years. Thank God those 4 years of the disastrous Biden administration are done. On behalf of someone who served 25 years on active duty and almost everyone I know currently serving in uniform, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for saving the department. Okay, my question. The U.S. Special Operations Command budget has been relatively flat over the past decade, failing to keep pace with inflation and reducing the command's purchasing power by 14%. I was disappointed to see that SOCOM's FY27 budget request was only $223 million.
A war of your suggestion to this president, a war of your choice, a war you executed without congressional consultation. And so it shouldn't be shocking, sir, Mr. Secretary, that we have questions. Indeed, it's constitutionally our right to do so. So to be clear, despite a brilliant performance by our men and women in uniform, despite thousands of tactical successes, Iran still has nuclear material, still has air defenses, still has small boats, and still has the Strait. So despite the fact that your recent comments indicate that operations appear to be finished, there clearly is more work that needs to be done. As mentioned, today is indeed 60 days. So, Mr. Secretary, how many more months, just order of magnitude, do you think that you're going to need to be able to conclude operations successfully? And how many more billions of dollars do you think you're going to ask this body for?
Well, as you know, and as the president has stated, you would never tell your adversary,
Sir,
especially
I
once
recognize
you've
that is the line that you always
especially once
but
you've
give me an order of
decimated their military and you control their
3X,
trade,
4X.
how long you would be committed to the mission.
And the next thing that you mentioned in your opening
You know
remarks,
that.
Mr.
You would never do that.
Secretary, is that you
What happened to 3 days? What happened to a few weeks? Now we're at 2 months. Now we're talking about we don't know. Oh, God, bro. Give me a fucking break, dude.
who called on, which astounded me, examples of the Afghanistan War, the Iraq War, and the Vietnam War. Those are stunning examples to me of something that didn't go our way. We had the opportunity to execute on those wars quite well, but we didn't accomplish any mission, in my opinion, and I think you would agree on that as well.
My point is this effort
So
is not those efforts.
That's exactly it. Is this war shaping?
Trump said 3 days, man. When this shit first happened, Trump said, I thought it would be done in 3 days. I thought it would be over within 3 days. Man, come on, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Up to be that war? Because it has
We're shaping up to get the same kind of Democrats we got in those wars, who were naysayers from the beginning, undermining the progress of
just have
troops.
a conversation about the country and the nation and not about parties.
The Democrat Party wanted to socially engineer the Department of War. We've had to undo that and get it to a point where it's capable of projecting power, and
Clearly,
that's exactly what we've done.
Conversation.
And
So I will
President Trump
move on,
has
sir,
rebuilt
and
it.
I'm going to reclaim my time. General George, let's talk about a guy who's a patriot, somebody who every single person here in this dais and down there in that audience and out there in this world has huge admiration for. Why did he get fired?
Well, as with any moves we make with general officers, first of all, I thank them for their service. And ultimately,
my impression is you thanked him by a text or a phone call. You didn't even do it to his face.
out of respect for these officers, we never talk about the nature of their removal, but every one of them, including myself, knows that they serve at the pleasure of the president. Ultimately, out of respect to these officers, we don't reveal it. However, I will note, it's very difficult to change the culture of a department that has been destroyed by the wrong perspectives
So
with
you
the same
think
officers
General
that were
George
there.
destroyed a culture?
There are many, we've gotten rid of many general officers in this administration because we need new leadership.
You have no way of explaining why you fired one of the most decorated and remarkable men who's
We
ever
needed
served
new
this
leadership.
nation.
That's
And
my
so
answer.
your answer is a very immature.
Man, Hexeth might as well said, man, it's a real nigga party. He could not get in, man. That's what Hexeth is basically saying, chat. Like, you're not part of this club, man. We don't give a damn about how decorated he was, man. We got him out of there because we felt like it, and we could. This shit is cliquey. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fit the description. That's what Hexeth is saying, chat. I'm just going to be the one to really, elaborate the shit, man.
Way of responding to my request. My next question has to do with my remaining time about the fact that there apparently are orders that you've recently given to the Navy to detail officers to command billets in special operations where they, the people who you're detailing, have already received bad performance reviews. They've received negative fitness reports. Is there a truth to that statement, sir?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
Have you ever ordered the Navy to add officers who never screened for Special Operations Major Command to the promotion list for flag officer?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
All right, I'll take that for no. Thank you, I yield.
I didn't hear anything about the ballroom today. I did hear about private donations to something, but I didn't hear about the ballroom really today.
Generally yields back. For everybody's situational awareness, it's my plan at 1 o'clock or approximately 1 o'clock to recess for about 10 minutes to give the witnesses.
On December 7th, 1941. Do you know how long it took for the United States to have its first major victory in World War II in the Pacific Theater?
Number of years.
No, it was actually 6 months. It was the Battle of Midway. All right, it was a turning point of World War II. Could you imagine if we had had the same Democrats asking then Secretary of War, all right, gee, it's been 2 months, okay, and we haven't won this war yet. Back then, we didn't win a major battle for 6 months. Your job, the job of the military, what you've done in the first 2 months is extraordinary. And so, again, for a couple of final questions. Do you know how much money we spent on Ukraine? Helping Ukraine?
Under the previous administration?
Population and
Hey, I don't know if that's Mr. Fallon or... Yeah, I think that's Mr. Fallon. Hey, respectfully, Mr. Fallon, we don't give a fuck it only took 6 months, man. We don't give a fuck, man. Hey, it's 2 months in. Gas is $4.30 across the board, man. Rent high as fuck. Groceries high as fuck, man. People, listen, man. We don't give a fuck if it took 6 months back then, man. Most of us wasn't even alive then, bro.
And Jews from the face of the world. Nobody really believed him, but he's really tried to do that. So when somebody tells me for 47 years that they want to kill us, I think I'm going to take them at their word. And so would you also agree that now another goal of ours is to make sure that Iran never blockades the Strait of Hormuz, never has control of the Strait of Hormuz? Would that be a...
Michael said gas went back to regular prices. Go outside in the morning, Michael, and tell me if you can say the same thing. Go outside in the morning, Michael, because what did they say? Oil hit 130 today. I seen it at 119. Somebody came here earlier today and said 130. I don't know. But say that shit tomorrow, man. I seen Walmart was already raising gas prices. Well, this is how you know gas is finna go up in the morning. Walmart is always the cheapest gas station where I'm be at. Walmart had the highest fucking gas around today. That just means that the other local stores hadn't caught up yet. Walmart's setting the standard. Walmart's always like 20, 25 cents cheaper than what's around. Walmart was 30 cents more expensive today. I'm just going to be honest.
An objective of ours?
What they're doing right now is effectively piracy. It's terrorism. It's threatening international shipping. And our blockade is signaling to the world that we actually control that strait. And I would ask this committee, what would this effort look like if Iran had nuclear weapons?
You got a
Imagine
few
if
trucks.
Iran had nuclear capabilities, what they would do to wield over any...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Alex says diesel $7 in Washington. I have a few trucks, but rates are dropping. Like, how can you do that? Let's say you got two 100-gallon tanks. At $7 a gallon, you have $1,400 before you leave a lot. Fuck around, have to buy a used tire. That's another $300-400, man. That's 17. How much can this load pay for it to be worth it? How much can this load pay?
Any advantage they have, from proxies to funding international terrorism.
Mr. Secretary, also, not only would they do that, but imagine if we had not become energy independent. Under the previous administration, they were hampering our ability to be energy independent under the guise of the Green New Deal, which is insanity, by the way. I'm going to go back a little bit in history. We were bombed, Pearl Harbor was bombed on December 7th, 1941. Do you know how long it took for the United States to have its first major victory in World War II in the Pacific Theater?
Number of years.
No, it was actually 6 months. It was the Battle of Midway. All right, it was a turning point of World War II. Could you imagine if we had had the same Democrats asking then Secretary of War, all right, gee, it's been 2 months, okay, and we haven't won this war yet. Back then, we didn't win a major battle for 6 months. Your job, the job of the military, what you've done in the first 2 months is extraordinary. And so, again, for a couple of final questions. Do you know how much money we spent on Ukraine? Helping Ukraine?
Under the previous administration?
No.
That's what I'm saying. The owner-operators are screwed at this point, Chad. I got a friend locally. He parked his truck. He's done. He parked it, man. It's over with, man. He said that he can see the sunset, man. His trucking career has come to an end. Said he didn't plan on being in the truck forever, and now it's looking like the best time to shit call it quits, man. Owner operators are squeezed right now. Like, I'm talking about like a Capri Sun, Chat. Like when you real thirsty and you just grab that Capri Sun and you just squeeze it, man. That's how owner operators are right now, man. Shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. Only corporations can survive this shit.
Oh, right now, up to now.
Upwards of $300 billion,
They're probably right about $300 billion. And yet I don't hear anything about, gee, how much money have we spent on Ukraine from the other side? The difference between them and me is this. I support the United States and their efforts to help Ukraine against a dictatorial, aggressive power like Russia, which is our second greatest adversary. But I also support our efforts to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And so you'll always have my support, and I'm pretty consistent in that. I also support our efforts in what we did in Venezuela. We still have to go a little bit further because that remnants of that regime are still there. And we need to provide freedom for the people of Venezuela. And also, one thing, for me, I guess what I'm looking for in this war with Iran is to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, that we have established an inspection protocol to make sure they never get a nuclear weapon, and that we control the strait, and they never can control the strait.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore served as your private attorney, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is senior advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
Yep, he travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore has been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he? He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in
Not
meetings
call
with
on
you
the
and advises you,
ground.
doesn't he?
Not call on the
He sits in
ground.
some meetings on occasion.
Well, he maintains a desk in an office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a big Pentagon.
You directly commissioned Mr.
They don't know who's in the Pentagon. They don't know how much money's coming through and out of the Pentagon. They just don't know shit over there, huh? They don't know shit, man.
Parlatore in the Naval Reserve as a Navy commander in March 2025, did you not?
I was very proud to do so.
And when you did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PPO process, the White House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He wasn't vetted by White House PPO.
Uniformed service members don't get vetted by...
The answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by White House PPO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim is a fantastic.
Yeah, I don't have a channel Instagram. I got a personal Instagram. I need to make a channel Instagram chat where I can post some of my clips. But yeah, I don't have a I have a personal Instagram. I don't have a channel Instagram.
I'll tell you what I'm getting to. The answer is no,
work.
right?
He does great work.
Okay. He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed him as special advisor. Is that right?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material is going to have the appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed him as special advisor, he had a security clearance?
Yeah, chat. I don't do social media too much, chat. Like, I don't doom scroll. So, like, I'm on YouTube, chat. Like, when it comes to the other social media platforms, like, if I'm not on a panel debating or having a convo, like, I'm not on there. I'm on there to post what I got to post, and I get the hell on off, man. I get the hell on off.
You're trying to piece together a time.
No, I'm asking a simple question. One of your special, most sensitive.
And this is how I knew I had to get off, chat. The algorithm will tell on you, man. The algorithm's gonna tell on you on Instagram and shit. The algorithm's gonna tell on you, man. Like, my home feed was like talking about women, bro. I'm talking about my home feed was straight women, bro. I was like, bro, this shit is bad, bro. Like, I'm not even liking these pictures or nothing. Like, this is where my screen time goes. Like, nah, I had to get off Instagram, bro. It was women and damn sports clips like Straight Shooter. I mean, not Straight Shooter, but like Stephen A. and damn Shannon Sharp and shit. That was it, chat. It was sports clip and hoes, man. I had to get off Instagram, bro.
Advisors, did he have a security clearance?
No, you're playing a gotcha game like you do on TV and everywhere else. You're trying to thread together details that are connected about something else.
Clearly, you're concerned about my line of questioning, aren't you, Mr. Secretary? Because you know where it's going, don't you? I think you do. So, does Mr. Parlatore represent foreign governments? He has a private law practice, does he not?
See, miscellaneous, it is normal. I can say it's normal because as men, I guess, once the algorithm changed to not show you, like, who you actually follow, but to show you, like, what you spend screen time on, like, I had to get off Instagram, bro. Like, like, I wasn't even finding new content. Like, I wasn't finding funny videos or nothing, bro. Like, my feed was toast, bro. I mean, toast, man. Ball that shit up and throw it away, man. The whole feed is toast.
From what I understand of his law practice, he does a lot of great work for service members in the military and other.
He maintains a private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments or foreign persons in that private law practice?
I don't know.
You don't know. Somebody who's sitting in your meetings, a special advisor, you don't know. Does he represent any senior officers who are currently under consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only person that makes determinations about senior officers is me.
Answer the question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
No, I'm the one that makes decisions about choosing.
Does he represent them, Mr. Secretary? Does he represent them?
He doesn't represent anyone. He's a legal advisor and always has been.
But he has.
See, yeah, I only really use YouTube. I use X a little bit, like as far as being active, but I really only post or show up like on YouTube. Bigo a little bit, not really too much. Facebook is some hometown shit, messy. That's where you get like the real version of people. You got Instagram is just a highlight reel, chat. It's like Instagram is nothing but a hot. And if you've noticed, chat, like this Instagram content has gotten better and better. It's like motherfuckers are spending thousands of dollars on damn Instagram reels right now. I mean, like, they're high quality. They're fucking getting $150 nails done just to go eat and with their hands rice and shit, man. Like, oh, they're paying editors, man. Like, this shit is hot. Like, bro, I had to get up out of there, bro. That shit wasn't healthy, man. That shit wasn't healthy. I had to leave Instagram alone, bro. That shit was just a running highlight tape, bro. Just a highlight tape, bro.
Clients, does he not?
He's a legal advisor to me on reserve duty, and he always has been, and he does a fantastic
Is it
job.
true that Mr. Parlatore was removed? I reclaim.
And I had to leave Facebook alone because it was just too much fucking drama. Like, I mean, like, God, chat. Like, it's just one girl that I was following on Facebook. Like, I promise to God, chat, she has a fucking problem. Like, ever since we've been Facebook friends, chat, I've probably been Facebook friends with this person for like at least 7, 8 years, man. Like, this, I'm not even gonna call her out her name. This B post every fucking day a problem, bro. Like, there's no way you have this many problems in your life. Like, every day is something. Like, damn, for 7 years straight. Yeah, I had to get off of that shit, bro.
In my time, is it true that Mr. Parlatore was removed from an investigation by the White House last year?
I don't know what you're referring to, but not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. Was it true that you were also removed from that same investigation? The answer is yes.
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, is it true that Mr. Parlatore disparaged President Trump?
Yes, bro. Like, damn, you haven't got it together yet. Like, it's been fucking 7 years. You've been needing a ride for 7 years. You've been needing somebody to cash up you for some food for 7 years. You've been putting out the damn bat signal for a mechanic for 7 years. It's like, golly, bro, like, damn, dude, like, there's never a regular post. It's like, it's always some shit going on, bro. Like, damn, you ain't got it together yet, man. You might, I don't know, bro.
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parlatore was accused by President Trump and his lawyers of lying?
What you're accused of is a cute line of questioning that's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere, which is why you're not answering the question. Was it true that he was accused of lying by the president's legal team?
It's damn near to the point, chat, to where it's like, I don't even blame her for getting on Facebook no more, because I know if she was my family member, I would have been cut her ass off. Like, hey, you call over here a little too fucking needy, man. Like, I'm your family and we good. Like, I help you out, but like, God, every fucking day it's something, man. I see, man. Listen. If her family cut her the fuck off, man, I don't blame them, bro. She's needy as fuck, bro. Like, she's needy. She might not have anybody.
I'm not familiar to. You'd have to give me the context.
Well, it's right here. You want to look at the statement from President
Anybody
Trump's
could blow
legal
up
team?
a quote.
Josh says, how is the shit you talking about relevant to the video? I'm out. Get the fuck out, Joshua Robertson. Nobody called for you, nigga. Nobody asked for you to come over here and shit, man. You came empty-handed anyway. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Joshua Robertson, man. Shit. Go home, Roger.
And claim it says something, and that's what you're doing in a little stunt.
Secretary Hegseth, what I'm really concerned about is you purport to have unfaltering loyalty to President Trump, and yet you are continuously going.
You care a lot about President Trump, don't you?
You are going
this is a
behind
cute
his back
waste of your 5 minutes. A huge, cute waste of your 5 minutes that led
reclaim
nowhere.
my time. You are repeatedly going behind the president's
Gentleman
back.
from Colorado's time. Go ahead, Mr. Carl.
You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's back, appointing people who he is accused of lying, who the White House is
Gentleman's
accused of
time's
lying.
expired.
And you are not being honest with
the gentlelady
President
from
Trump.
South Carolina, Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent to enter a number of documents into the record. The first of which is a statement from Corey Mills, First Sergeant, stating his forms and accounts of his military service are falsified. The second document is a picture of Corey Mills wearing a Bronze Star from 2019 before he ever got a Bronze Star. The third document is a document that conveys a Bronze Star medal and his life-saving care to the wounded, and according to the soldiers who were there, they said it never happened according to the men who were there. The next document is a transcript of a conversation I had with Brigadier General Arnold Gordon Bray, who confirmed that he did not review, did not read, did not physically sign the form DD, I guess 638, form 638, that Mills submitted for a Bronze Star. And to be candid, he said, quote, I didn't look at it. I asked to review the email that he sent to Mills' staff about authorizing his signature for a form he did not review, and he said that he would not share it with me. That's a future subpoena. I would like to enter to record a picture of Corey Mills, who says this is the second time he got blown up, but what he wouldn't tell people that the blood on the pant leg in this photo is the blood of Sergeant Ray. It is not Corey Mills' blood. In the same series of photos he shares when he said he was, quote, blown up, are images of a Humvee that exploded with severe damage. That is not his Humvee. His Humvee purportedly was 50 yards away and suffered no damage and was not blown up. This is a copy of Corey Mills' marriage certificate with a 9/11 imam at a 9/11 mosque, entered for the record and redacted, with family members' names redacted and protected. This is a picture.
Like, when y'all come in here and tell me to keep pushing and move on with my show and shit, it's like, the thing that I don't get is, why the fuck you can't just go watch it on your own? Like, I leave the title up there on purpose. Like, chat, like, I could just, cover this part up and zoom in the screen real big, but I don't do that. I leave the shit like this on purpose, so motherfuckers know where to go find the video. Watch that shit on your own time. Be lonely. I need a friend, someone to call on. Lonely ass, man. Go watch this shit by yourself.
Picture of Corey Mills with a purported Russian hooker in Afghanistan, which he, of course, denies. And then last but not least, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a restraining order against Corey Mills for dating violence. Thank you. I just buried my father on Thursday, Mr. Chairman. My father died with shrapnel in his body. He had 3 tours of combat, 2 in Vietnam, 1 in 1965 during the coup d'etat of the Dominican Republic. And I take stolen valor seriously, because we have men and women in uniform that have given their lives. And an individual that steals the stories of dead soldiers or injured soldiers have no right to serve in this body, let alone on this committee. And so I take it very seriously. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, and the folks that serve under you in the Department of War. As my father lay dying on April 14th, there was only one thing that calmed him down.
This isn't a safe space for for any political ideologies, man. Listen, if you want to come over here and be MAGA the fuck out. You want to come over here and be far left, hey, be far left. You want to be a Marxist, a fast, I don't give a damn, man. Come in here, sit down, man, and we got a bag of plain Lays coming for you, man. Whatever you do, man, you got your beer, you got your soda pop, whatever you got, man. Sit down and join in on the conversation. We're not going to coddle your feelings, though, man. If you coming in here and you're like, well, the world is supposed to be like this, and I just know that every day I wake up and I see peaches and... Hey, man, we ain't got nothing for you over here, man. We ain't got shit for you, man. Far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, alien. Hey, we ain't got shit for you, man. Because I'm going to... Listen, you stay over here long enough, I'm going to say some shit to piss you off. I'm just going to give you a fair warning, man. If you're with this gang tribalism, with this Democrat, Republican, man, I'm going to piss you off, because I'm going to talk about both their ass, man. All of them. All of them.
Down that gave him the courage to pass on to the next life. And that was for me to read stories and testimony from 3 different soldiers that we didn't have. Our family previously didn't have. We've been doing a lot of research on my father's service when he received the Distinguished Service Cross with V device.
Hey, you said this channel should be for facts, man. Listen, this shit is opinions, facts, it's monologue, it's entertainment, it's information. Hey, don't try to put my shit in a box now. I didn't tell you what your shit should be. Don't try to put my shit in a box now. See, you're thinking one-dimensional. You're thinking too small. Dream bigger, nigga.
In 1968 in Dong Zai. He rescued every man in that battle, in that firefight, over a 2-day period. He rescued them dead or alive on his own. He stood up to take fire over and over and over again. He called on artillery, heavy artillery, onto his position within 100 meters of his position. The man should have never made it out of Vietnam alive. And in fact, his commanding officers kept him back in many cases because they thought he was on a suicide mission because he was just so dangerous out there. But he saved the lives of so many soldiers. And so as he was taking his final breaths, I was provided by the Department of the Army some testimony of soldiers we didn't have, and diagrams and information. It was the one thing that calmed him down so that he could pass away knowing that he was a war hero and knowing that Jesus loved him.
Who is she saying stole valor?
It changed our family's life, and it changed his life in his last moments, his last breaths, his last hours.
Who stole
and for
valor?
That, I am so grateful for the ship that you're running at the Pentagon and the Department of War. I have heard from people in the way that you're trying to innovate and trying to change the way we do business there. And I'm glad that you're firing people. There are people there that are getting in your way. They need to go. And the efficiencies that you want to bring, whether it's shipbuilding, whether it's cyber, whether it's AI, whether it's public-private partnerships, we have never seen a secretary at the Department of War who has been as innovative as you have. So I can't say enough good things about you right now. I was impressed. I was concerned about troops on the ground in Iran early on, and I was impressed with where we are today, how those soldiers were evacuated that got in that flight that crashed. But everything I have seen, you have surpassed all of my expectations, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and God bless you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. I'd like to use my time to drill down on an important decision concerning America's surface fleet. That is the future of the DD.
I had some commentary, chat, but it was kind of disrespectful, so I refrained from it. Just know, chat, that I have a dry sense of humor, bruh, and some of y'all might not like it, so I just refrained from saying what I really wanted to say it to.
DG-51 Flight 3 destroyer. Everyone on this committee knows about the Navy's struggles to successfully design, manage, and field new classes of ships. To name a few examples, I'll highlight the Littoral Combat Ship, the Zumwalt-class destroyer, and the recently canceled Constellation-class frigate. By any measure, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer has been a highly successful program that continues to deliver the Navy a large surface combatant it can depend on. So the Zumwalt-class destroyers were going to replace the Arleigh Burke. It's a ship with some interesting capabilities, but the Navy rushed to construction before the design was complete, and it lacked a workable weapon system that the Navy wanted to outfit it with. So the Navy scrapped the program at 3 ships and went back to the DDG. I'm in my 8th year on this committee, and the entire time I've been in conversation with the Navy publicly and privately about the latest Flight 3 destroyer and how critical a role it would play, and now is playing for the surface fleet. And yet even before we delivered one to the fleet, the Navy was already planning the DDG-X. I'm skeptical about the transition to yet another new class of surface ship given the troubles I've laid out already.
This is a dangerous game that they're playing, like fostering a culture of yes men, like fostering a culture of blind obedience is crazy. Like they get in the way, fire them. Get down and lay down. This is dangerous, bro.
From my perspective, we have a proven hull for an Arleigh Burke destroyer that is described by CNO after CNO again and again and again as the backbone of the Navy's surface fleet. But now I'm even more skeptical. The proposal cuts production of the destroyer down to just one ship, scraps the future destroyer, and proposes $17 billion to build just a single new battleship, a class of ship the Navy decommissioned in 1992. Mr. Secretary, when you visited Bath Iron Works, you discussed this budget proposal with shipbuilders. You said, quote, we're maxing...
Hey, Jib said fostering a culture of pieheads. Jib, you fostering a culture of dick riders. Now, how about that, Jib? You're fostering a culture of dick riders.
Out on DDGs. It's a workhorse, and it's a damn good workhorse. You were right about the DDGs. They are a workhorse. They're cost-efficient, deadly effective, and feared by our enemies. And I'm wondering why would we move on so quickly from a relatively new Flight 3 destroyer that's the gold standard for ballistic missile and drone defense capabilities. It's a ship that's proven itself time and again, recently in the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, and the Taiwan Strait. I understand the Navy wants to field hypersonic missiles, but look no further than the 3 Zumwalt ships that the Navy has in the fleet that have been refitted with vertical launch tubes capable of delivering hypersonic missiles at a at a great payload at over 17,000 miles.
Jeb, I'm not mad at you, Jeb. I'm just gonna be honest, Jeb. You just just somebody in the comments, man, Jeb. I've never had a convo with you, Jeb. You always came in here, been very critical of me. You know, just dry hating, Jeb. It's kind of like, Jeb, you like one of those people. Like, why do people watch him? He smokes weed. He has a do-rag on. He's black. I mean, I guess he talks okay, but I could do that. Why didn't they want to watch me when I did my channel? So you come over here every night and you just let it ooze out. You just can't hide it, Jeb. You just can't fucking hide it.
This year, perhaps what's most troubling to me is that the battleship plan proposes moving at a pace that is, I think, extremely dangerous, or just high risk, low reward. To begin construction so quickly, breezing right through design. It's well documented that expediting design and preemptively moving to construction is the greatest recipe for failure. This represents an unacceptable cost to taxpayers if it fails, and leaves America less secure and our Navy less prepared. I understand the proposed battleship was a bit of a dream child of the recently departed Secretary of the Navy. I want to remind everyone here that recent history is littered with failed efforts to replace existing successful programs that remain the best in class worldwide. This isn't the failure of shipbuilders or sailors. It's a failure by leaders to learn a simple lesson. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. My sincere hope is that you, the Navy, and the Congress will pump the brakes.
Then what's funny is it's like Jeb would come on here and talk about me smoking and talk about me smoking. He don't say shit about Trump, bro. He don't say shit. Didn't Trump just reschedule marijuana? He ain't say shit. He don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Trump did it. Let him do it, man. He don't say shit. He don't say a motherfucking thing about Trump rescheduling weed, man. He don't say nothing. He don't say nothing about all the veterans that stood up and fought to keep their rights to smoke right there in Texas. They fought Abbott hard for that shit. It's crazy, bro. Jeb doesn't care about none of that. He cares about Plug. What Plug does. You know what I call that, Jeb? A nut hugger. A nut hugger, bro. You might well pose for the camera.
Brakes on this battleship. Take the time to get it right, whatever it is. And for now, focus on the workhorse you can depend on. America cannot afford a surface fleet without a backbone.
I very much appreciate that perspective, and the idea of divesting of an asset that's indispensable right now is not just a Navy problem. I mean, we've seen the same on MQ-9s and Apaches and A-10s and systems that our warfighters continue to rely on, which is why divesting to invest, which was sold under the previous administration because of continuing resolutions and insufficient budgets, created a gap where now you're getting rid of the very things that you need right now, and you don't have available things of the future that you said you would have because of the way this department did business. Always over cost, always delayed. So there's one destroyer, one Arleigh Burke-class destroyer in this budget because, and I hate to even say it, I'm not going to say it in open hearing, how many years behind we are in the backlog of building the Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. So the bulk of the money goes into shipbuilding to fix that, ensure we can get new places to build more faster. Then you can fund additional, either whether it's this class or the next class.
That's what it is. Jeb want to know how I do what the fuck I do in the way that I do it. Jeb, it's just on me. It's not in me, Jeb. Can't do what I do, Jeb. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? Everything's not for everybody, Jeb. I don't know who hurt you that resembled me in your lifetime, Jeb, but it's going to be all right, man. It's going to be all right. Just give it to God, Jeb. Just give it to God. You'll get over it, man. Just give it to God, Jeb. That hatred out your heart, man.
But we're almost over time. I'm going to reclaim and just say in my last seconds here, careful with the pace moving through design to construction so quickly as proposed by this budget. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. As announced earlier, we're going to now recess until 10 minutes past the hour of 1.
The
the two entities, one couldn't exist without the other. I've had the opportunity to not only travel the country, but travel the world and visit our troops, either OCONUS or CONUS. And I have to say, sir, the morale, the well-being, just the sheer excitement our service members see and how they're acting today, it kind of takes me back to our generation, if you will. Just to see that kind of forward momentum, that intestinal fortitude kind of glows on them. And I think that's a direct correlation to your leadership, sir, as well as the president. Can you, from your perspective, I'm assuming you're seeing the same thing. And I think that blue line that needed to be popped got popped. And
yeah. Chat, how do y'all feel like Hegseth is taking this testimony right now? Chat, what do you rate Hegseth on this testimony right now?
Our service members are absolutely leading from the front, and the world has noticed. Tell me I'm not seeing that just from my own eyes.
No, you're not, Congressman. And I meant this when I said it. I would encourage every single member of this committee to talk to lieutenants and captains and majors and colonels and sergeants and staff sergeants and sergeants major and specialists who are doing the job right now on the front lines or across the country, and they have seen a sea change in the environment and the morale and the spirit in their formations. And it isn't some secret sauce. It's don't treat us as a petri dish in your social justice exercise or your social engineering approach. Just let us do our job. Let us get back to basics. Let us train. Let us choose people and elevate people simply on merit and merit alone. That's motivating for people. That's why they join. That's why they do really difficult things like you did and are away from their families for a very long time. They want to defend their kids and grandkids, but they don't want to have distractions and debris on the inside. So when we talk to them, they are so grateful for the fact that we're just getting back to the basics of readiness, training, accountability, discipline, warfighting. Commanders, squad leaders, you name it. And to those watching across the country, ask folks who have served, who've been in it, how they view it. And they see it under President Trump's leadership fundamentally different. And we haven't even talked about the border, which is now secure. There's the recruiting successes, the fitness and combat standards that have been restored. We're treating everybody at the same level. Sounds like basics, but it all translates into morale. And then morale translates into readiness, and that translates into capabilities. And then when you have a commander-in-chief that unleashes them, it turns into mission success. And then the world pays attention to what the American military is capable of doing. And it's on the shoulders of leaders like you who did it in previous generations, and we're simply doing it again. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And for everyone in the room that's in uniform, God bless each and every one of you for your service, as well as your families. Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that.
I thought you liked me.
I did. I'm sorry. That slipped.
Gentleman's time to
Karen,
expire. We now go to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, I represent San Diego, the largest military community in the country. Right now, as we are speaking, 2,500 San Diego Marines are off the coast of Iran. Many, many other San Diegans in uniform have gotten 48-hour deployment notices. So this war in Iran is not theoretical for me or for my constituents. It's deeply personal. As you also know, on Easter Sunday, President Trump threatened to...
So this is as of today. So she just said that many more of her people have gotten 48-hour... Hold on, Chad. Damn.
To destroy Iran's bridges and power plants, writing, quote, "Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch." And 2 days later, President Trump wrote, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight.
Yeah, that's 29 Psalms, ain't it, in San Diego?
Never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." My office's phones have been ringing off the hook. I've heard from so many military families concerned about the president's mental fitness and whether he's fit to serve as our commander-in-chief, given that he's sending their loved ones into harm's way. Our troops, who have shown incredible bravery and tactical proficiency, deserve to know that their leaders are focused and stable. So, Mr. Secretary, you are with the president a lot, And it pains me to even have to ask this about our president, but my constituents' lives are at stake. Do you believe that the president is mentally stable enough to be the commander-in-chief?
Did you ask the same question of Joe Biden for 4 years?
Mr. Secretary, Joe Biden is not the president. Mr. Trump has been president for a year and a half, and I'm asking you
did
right
not,
now.
and I won't even engage with the level of disparagement that you're putting on the commander-in-chief, who indeed is. Meeting
Mr. Secretary,
every single day.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is not the president.
Sharpest, most insightful commander-in-chief we've had in generations, and you want to compare. You want to ask that question after you and your fellow Democrats defended Joe Biden, who could barely speak and didn't know what day of the week it was.
As you know,
he governed through an auto pen.
When
he had a Secretary of Defense who went AWOL for a week. I can't
Mr.
be gone
Secretary,
for 10 days.
I will reclaim my time.
Gentlelady's time. She's reclaimed it.
So, as Mr. Jimenez said, we should be taking leaders at their word. So, is there a reason that we should not be taking our leader at his word?
Iran should not underestimate the will of President Trump and the United States military to achieve our mission.
Okay, well, I want you to know this is not a partisan thing. In fact, many Democrats have had, many Republicans have had these same questions. Marjorie Taylor Greene said he's out of control and he's gone insane. Candace Owens said the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, who you used to work with, Alex Jones, Stephanie Grisham, the list could go on.
Who the fuck did she start with, Chad? She had that shit together at first. Once she said Candace Owens, I knew she lost it, bro. Like, once she said Candace, like, I knew she lost it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, lady?
Should be taking leaders at their word. So is there a reason that we should not be taking our leader at his word?
Iran should not underestimate the will of President Trump and the United States military to achieve our mission.
Okay, well, I want you to know this is not a partisan thing. In fact, many Democrats have had, many Republicans have had these same questions. Marjorie Taylor Greene said he's...
Okay, she was all right with MTG. But everything else she named after that was damn a podcaster, bro. Like, what are you talking about, lady? Like, Miss Golden. Miss Golden. I don't know, man. You have to get that shit together, Miss Golden.
Out of control and he's gone insane. Candace Owens said the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, who you used to work with, Alex Jones, Stephanie Grisham, the list could go on. So how do I explain to my constituents that while they are in harm's way, their commander-in-chief is posting these unhinged posts?
How did you explain to your constituents what happened on October, or what happened in Afghanistan, or what happened with the debacle and the withdrawal in Afghanistan, where the troops were left? How did you explain that with Joe Biden's leadership?
Mr. Secretary,
how did you explain that to the Marines that didn't get medals, that we restored their medals because of that disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan? Did you explain that to your constituents when Joe Biden was asleep at the wheel and he had an AWOL Secretary of Defense?
How
I don't
about
think you
this
did.
next post? How can I explain this next post to my constituents?
Nothing's wrong with Candace Owens, but for her to use Candace to push her point is dumb as hell. Like, we're testifying before Hegseth's testifying before Congress about the damn defense budget and what's going on in the world in the war with Iran. She said your constituents have turned against you. And then she got the name and damn Candace, Alex Jones, Tucker. Like, lady, this not YouTube. Like, you're in fucking Congress, man. Like, this not YouTube, man. Since when does the damn YouTubers' opinions hold this much weight? Oh my God, bro, we're cooked, bro. We're fucking cooked, bro. She might well say plug to her. She might well threw my name in that shit. Fuck it. Yes, Candace has 6 million followers. Probably more than that across all platforms. Yes, Tucker Carlson has fucking 15, 20 million followers across all platforms. But for purposes of this conversation, what the fuck does that matter?
I'm Jewish, so this doesn't really bother me, but my understanding is that this is quite offensive to many Christians. So how do you explain this post?
not here to explain posts. We have an incredible commander-in-chief
Okay,
who puts our troops
Secretary.
first. I'm here for a budget hearing about our troops.
This is
It's a historic budget that's giving
our
it a
troops.
chance to defeat
Mr. Secretary,
our adversaries,
Mr.
and President
Secretary,
Trump is
please,
doing that
this
in
is my
world-class fashion.
This is
Young
about
lady
our
has
troops.
reclaimed her time, Mr. Secretary.
This is about our troops. This is about who is commanding our troops and if our troops can trust that they are being sent into harm's way under good strategy. The mental stability of our commander-in-chief is deeply important to our troops. It's deeply important to this country. It is
It wasn't
our
important to you
troops'
during Joe
lives at
Biden.
stake. I'll remind you that when there were concerns, Democrats came together, and he was not our nominee for president. So I encourage you to have the same courage that Democrats had. Mr. Secretary, you keep saying that he is the best commander-in-chief we've ever had, the best negotiator.
Talk to the troops.
13 American troops have died. More than 380 have been wounded. The Strait of Hormuz, which was wide open, is now closed. Less than 90% of traffic through the strait is still not going despite the ceasefire. The Iranian regime is still in power. It still has nuclear material. The war is costing Americans billions of dollars. And Mr. Secretary, if you think that this is what winning looks like, then maybe we should be questioning your mental stability. Maybe you are the one responsible for this failure, and the president should think about replacing you.
Sounds
Mr.
like-
Chairman, I yield back.
Young lady
you're cheering
yields
for the
back.
wrong
Chair, I
side.
recognize
It's not
the young lady
surprising.
from Virginia, Miss Kiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being with us. I have the privilege of representing Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, so Hampton Roads.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. That's damn near like her saying Sean Hannity from Fox News and Don Lemon and man, don't nobody give a fuck. What are you talking about, lady? I'm honest, Chad. Like, excuse me if y'all think I did something wrong, but I just didn't get it. Like, what are you talking about, woman?
Home to a lot of our East Coast Navy. And I had the privilege of attending the VFA 106 Change of Command on Friday, which is our fleet replacement squadron for the for the aging F-18s. But what an awesome event. And to talk to some of the Navy leadership that was there and to listen to them say firsthand just about the morale of the squadrons that are currently deployed on the USS Ford, specifically talking to leadership. A lot of our children serve. It's a family business for those of us in naval aviation. And they're like, don't believe the media. The morale's amazing. Those guys are doing tip of the spear mission work. I live with a retired F-18 pilot husband who also is begging to find a way to get back in the cockpit because he's jealous of what he sees. So just that type of mentality. Thank you for that. I know that they're doing a mission, and keeping them engaged is an important part of the fight. Along those same lines about naval aviation, I would love to hear, Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about the future of naval aviation. I know that this is a budget hearing, so last year's budget we had $900 million that we were looking forward to using the FAXX program, and then the fiscal year 27 request was reduced to $140 million. And I, of course, keeping tabs on the Air Force, $5 billion for their F-47 program. So we love aircraft carriers. We love that mobile air superiority piece. What are your plans for the future of naval aviation? I kick and scream every day of the week here in this committee about the F-35s and getting them at our East Coast Master Jet Base. I know the FAXX is our next generation strike fighter, but just would love to hear your plans and timelines for the future of naval aviation.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and then I would defer to the chairman, too, on it, on the remaining utility of the F-18s, which are still flying critical missions right now off our carriers and do a fantastic job.
30-plus years old, but yes.
Yes, correct. Which is why the issue of the FAXX is important. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's a matter of trade-offs in industry and design and capabilities, ensuring we're not slowing other things down at the behest of others. So I think in August, the August time frame is, I'm sure you're familiar with that, is what we're looking at. It's a critical capability that we need to find.
Hey, somebody released a poll today, and they had Kamala like front running for the presidential nominee. I think it had Gavin at like 22%. It had Kamala above that. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
On for the future of naval aviation. I would defer if anything you want to add.
Sure, I think you covered it. We don't need access basing and overflight off of a CSG and a CVN, and so it gives the secretary and the president a lot of options. So And I just want to echo the thanks for the Joint Force, on behalf of the Joint Force, for all 3 CSGs that are out there getting after it right now. I share your husband's jealousy, but just want the force to know how much we appreciate him, especially the Ford.
Thank you. Thanks very much, General. And then, Mr. Secretary, just again representing a big Navy district and having just a concern for the Navy, could you shed any light on why the Secretary of the Navy was relieved and what that timeline to replace him looks like for permanent leadership? I think that's one.
Yeah, Kamala was in Arkansas sometime last week campaigning. I don't know if she's backing the Democratic candidate that's opposing Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I don't know if Kamala's backing that candidate. It's a black guy, I believe. I believe it's a black guy that's running against Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I need to look up his name.
One of the reasons why we struggle with even, I think, about the basing decisions and, again, naval aviation, and that's, I wish we would talk more about just the contributions of our aviators, but could you shed any light on that issue?
Well, as the President stated, we thank the previous Secretary for his service. Appreciate a lot of the initiatives that he undertook. Ultimately, it was time for a new leadership and a new direction as far as running fast toward those objectives, and so we made a change. We think it's hard to, personnel is policy, and the sooner you identify, especially, we talked about general officers, as you're evaluating whether they're running with the mission they've been given, you got to make a change if they're not. Same with civilians, and in this case, we made that change.
And any timeline to replace or have a new Secretary of the Navy?
Well, right now we have an acting in Hung Kao who's
Oh shit, Chad! It's damn 3:30 in the morning. All right, Chad, we finna end this, and I guess we'll just do some just chatting, man. If y'all got any questions, now's the time to ask them. I'll just hang out with y'all for a minute, do some talking back and forth, man, because yeah, that shit's 5 hours long. We can finish it tomorrow, chat. I also have another interview. That black CIA officer, he had done a sit down with that other CIA officer. It's like 8-9 months old, the interview, but I haven't seen it, so I wanted to watch it with y'all. Good night, Jude. You said Kamala cannot make the ticket. Let me see what the prediction markets are saying. Let me see what the prediction markets are saying. Politics. All right, let's see what the prediction markets are saying. All right, midterms. Democratic primary. Boom. This is all damn. 2028 Democratic nominee. Boom, right here. Here we go. All right, so Polymarket has Gavin Newsom at 27%. This is Polymarket. The other poll I seen, it was just a poll. This is it has Gavin Newsom at 27%, AOC at 8%. Gavin Newsom's up 6%, AOC's down 9%. Kamala's at 8%, she's up 3%. John Ossoff is at 7%. Buttigieg, Shapiro are at 4%. So it's looking like Gavin Newsom, AOC, and Kamala and John Ossoff are the front runners. AOC and Kamala are tied. Good night, Trombone. 1% on the million to one. Yeah, we're fucked if JD wins 2028, Chad. We're done. We're toast, bro. Police state. Like, y'all thought the police state was gonna be here pretty quick, man. Vance wins 2028, bro. It's over with. Agenda 2030, bro. It's here, bro. It's over with, man. Dystopian future, mass surveillance. The technocrats have won. The technocrats been waiting their time, buying their influence, setting up their structures and shit. Technocrats all in on JD Vance. Allison comes through supporting the channel via super chat and said America won't elect a woman. I do agree with you, Allison. I do agree with you that America probably won't elect a woman. Yeah, Trump did call Gavin Newsom the president. Trump did call Gavin Newsom the president. I wonder what gas prices are going to be tomorrow, Chad. They said gas has went up 30 cents in a week. Crazy. Crazy. Well, yeah, Chad, we finna get up out of here, man. Be sure to hit the like button on your way out. And I'll see y'all on the next one, Chad. I'll see y'all tonight. Good night, Chad.